Hey, good evening, friends. Welcome. Missed you on Monday. We're back, though. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. We are very not Slant Alpha tonight, Slant Lima. And we are not in Ocean City, Maryland. We are in... which island are we actually on? Oahu. We are on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. So welcome, another one of our day in the life of a corporate charter pilot streams getting underway as we continue to knock out the Honolulu Control Facility's Pilot Passport Challenge. And modeled after the similar program that we have going on in Atlanta ARTCC, where we've knocked out a good portion of Atlanta's. We did finish one of the three lists of Atlanta's recently. We've still got a number of airports left to go on that, though. So still continuing to work on that, but we've actually made some pretty good progress on the Hawaii one. Of course, Hawaii is in a lot more of a compact airspace. So, so we've been able to successfully knock out a good portion of it. But this is the site. It's the Honolulu Control Facility, and when you call this facility on the radio, it is indeed HCF Center, which is a very awkward radio call sign in my opinion. They should just Honolulu Center would be fine, but HCF Center is their official radio call sign, and it is VHCF.net for VATSIM's version of it. But they've got this Pilot Passport Challenge. You can see they've recognized some folks who have recently completed some of the lists, and it's very similar to the one they have in Atlanta. In fact, code-wise, I think it's identical to the one they have in Atlanta. But if you go onto the website, pilots, and you go to the bottom here, Pilot Passport Challenge, and we can log on as our pilot, it's going to ask me to verify my VATSIM credentials, and nothing's on the screen that you don't already know, so I'm not worried about that. And similarly to Atlanta's, you have 3 different lists you can enroll in. There's no reason that you shouldn't enroll in all of them, but you don't have to. But what it is each one is a list of airports that they encourage you to visit, and the point of the program is to encourage traffic in the ARTCC other than to the big airport in the facility. Like Atlanta Center handles 90% of its traffic. You know, I'm pulling that number out of my butt, but 90% of its traffic is to Atlanta Hartsfield, and 90% of the traffic here is to Honolulu. So this is a way to encourage traffic at all of the other places. Ironically, Honolulu is one of the ones we haven't visited yet, but to encourage traffic to all these other places, and we're going to hit 3 of them tonight. Matter of fact, we've already got the stamp for tonight for John Rodgers Field, so right up here. We are going to go to... Barking Sands, and it's a little bit hard to read because I'm used to the ICAO codes, and this is the FAA codes. In the mainland states, it's just a matter of putting a K on the front, but here, the 3-letter ICAO codes don't line up with the IATA codes, so it's a little harder to read. But we're going from John Rodgers, we're going to go to Maui, which is OGG, yeah, you know me, and we're going to take a group of scientists visiting the Barking Sands Missile Facility. So we've got this stamp here, then we'll stamp this one, then we'll stamp this one. And then we're dropping them off, and presumably they're going to be staying there for a while because we're just going to jet back to John Rodgers to close up shop and clock out and head home. All right, so that's the itinerary this evening. We are on VATSIM radar. We don't have any air traffic control on in this area. We did get an auto ATC message with our squawk code, which is 2547. So we'll squawk that when the time comes. This is our first route. We're going to be taking the Geely 1 or the Jelly 1 to Jelly. Interestingly, we are taking that. Oops, I guess we can rotate that into position. We're taking the Jelly 1 departure all the way out to, all the way out to Lanai. However, technically speaking, Lanai is not a transition on this departure. So oddly, we're actually just taking the Jelly 1 departure to Jelly, and then we're Mano, and then Pale, and then Lanai, because we're not going to Upolu Point, which is the transition that's down here. Sometimes they'll list these intermediate points as separate transitions, but since you can either take Jelly to Jelly or Jelly to Upolu Point, we're taking it to Lanai. So technically, we're only taking the departure to here, and then Mano, Pale, and Lanai are filed as part of my route. So that's what I did. Jelly, and then Mano, and then Pale, and then Lanai. And then from Lanai, we're picking up the camps for arrival into Maui. So that's the route. We'll look at the camps for when we get airborne. It's a pretty short flight. All of these are pretty short flights. The longest one is going to be from Maui to Barking Sands. So very, very secure. I mean, I assume this is a missile launch site that's extremely secure, extremely sensitive to homeland security considerations, and the fact that, like, ordinarily I wouldn't even simulate going to a military facility. I typically am interested in simulating civilian flight. The only reason I'm going out here is because it is on the Passport Challenge list. But yeah, so that's where we're taking the group. We're going to drop them off, and then we're going to head back to John Rodgers to end the program for the evening. We have some friends to say hi to in the chat, but before we get to that, I don't want to forget to show you our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure. I started this a couple of days ago in anticipation of this stream coming up tonight, and I came up with a silly idea I love so much I couldn't wait to test it out. I threw it into ChatGPT, and it nailed it. So since we're taking a group out to Barking Sands, I was like, well, what would it look like if our 3 furry co-pilots were going through a security checkpoint to go into Barking Sands visitor facility? I don't even know if they have a visitor facility, right? I imagine it's probably not a place they encourage a lot of tourists to come. So I said, without depicting anything classified or confidential, give me an artist rendition or a Hollywood rendition of what the security facility, the security checkpoint would look like if my dogs were going through it in order to gain access to the visitor area of Barking Sands Missile Facility. And it knocked it out of the park, honestly. So here are the dogs going through the security checkpoint. Finley's just sitting in the bin, which I think is a wild editorial choice. And then over here, I love the sign. Please remove shoes and collars. Like, I didn't even catch that the first time I looked at it. Please remove shoes and collars. And Finley's just in the bin. So, yeah. That's our slant artwork adventure. If you are new to the stream, or if you haven't been here in a while, the way you get in the nuclear waste restricted area, yeah, CTXEB, the way you participate in our slant artwork adventure is there at the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the alphabet serial icon that represents our channel points. And then you've got the little button next to that that tells you how many you have. And you can click on that button to cash in 500 of those. That then puts you in the queue, and you can let me know what you would like to do to modify or add to that image. And again, I'll just interpret what you've put in. There's no secret interface. It's just you tell me in the chat what you want to do. Not a paragraph worth, a couple words, up to maybe a small sentence. But let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. And then we will get on with that. So that's our slant artwork adventure, and we'll get underway with that as well. These are fairly short flights, though, so I'm going to be a little busy in the cockpit. I'll do my best to keep up with those requests as they come in. Of course, if you put in a request and you realize that I have not seen it and I have not yet called your name, you can use this command.
Mistakes. We have happy accidents.
To just trigger my my auditory sense to remind me that, hey, there's somebody in the queue waiting to participate in that activity. So that's the way you can let me know if you've redeemed the 500 points and you're in the queue and you're waiting for me to acknowledge that, so that you can let me know what your contribution will be. That's the command you can use. Let's say some hellos to some folks in the chat. We got a number of you piling into the airplane already. Again, we're going to deadhead it to, so this is our base of operation, John Rodgers. So we're basically flying the plane empty to our pickup point. We'll pick up our group then, fly them out to Barking Sands. We'll drop them off, and then we'll fly the plane empty back to here. So it is a 3-hop stream tonight. Pickup, base to pickup is leg 1. Pickup to drop off is leg 2. And drop off to base is leg 3. All right, let's say some hellos to some friends in the chat. We've got AJ Scott. We've got Iowa Scotsman. Star Lugo, haven't seen you in a bit. Good to see you. Says, Strudel says, hey, Slant Alpha, I hope you're doing better than I am. Yeah, Strudel lost a furry companion over the last week, so very sorry to hear the news, Strudel, and untimely loss as I hear. So sorry about that bad news, and I'm glad that you're here to hang out with us and hopefully, just kind of put it out of your mind for a little bit. Boozy Sheep has stopped in. Boozy Sheep, good to see you here. Good to see you. CTXCB was the one who commented about the nuclear waste restricted area, and I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, he says. And he is in the queue for a modification to our slant artwork adventure. So CT, go ahead and kick us off. Tell me what you would like to do. And R6 Chavez is stopping in as well. All right, so while I'm waiting for CTXCB to let us know nuclear fallout incoming, just like on a sign or whatever, or actual nuclear fallout. I guess actual nuclear fallout. Okay, gotcha. Hang on, I gotta figure out how I'm going to describe this. Okay, all right, we got it working on that. Gonna hop in the sim and do these hops with you, says Strudel. Yeah, so the Honolulu Pilot Passport Challenge, VHCF.net. VHCF.net. That's where you... I didn't, well... There's a proper link. All right, anyway, let's get started and get this show on the road, shall we? If we go back to our briefing and resume, there we are. And okay, so we can go ahead and get the covers off. Windscreen cover, pitot cover, engine cover. I'm going to leave the chocks where they are for now, and we're going to go ahead and get in the door. CT says, I didn't realize you were so busy last time I would have kept my Reese up for today. Yeah, no worries. No worries. It's just I always feel bad when I'm not terribly interactive with the chat in a situation like that, especially such a long-time supporter of the stream. So I always feel bad when I'm not able to give you a proper acknowledgement, but of course I appreciate your continued support of the channel. Oh no, okay, well. Yeah, so not only do we have hunks of radioactive material, but we've also got klaxons and warning lights going off everywhere. So yeah, there you go. CTXCB as our first modification is a success. Oh no, the sign has been knocked over as well. Does the engine cover protect the engine or the birds? Well, you know, you normally take it off before it's a hazard to the birds. Typically, at least. Alright, so we're entered the aircraft. Let's go into the aircraft options here. And let's start fueling. Let's get our GPU on first of all. And then we'll go to our fuel page and we'll call our truck. What do we need? We're seeking 4,500 pounds. Between the wing tanks, we've already got 1250 and 1250 is basically 2,500. And we need 4,500. So we need 1,000 in each side here. So we're going to go ahead and let that run up here for a little bit. And then we'll end fuel service once it gets to about 1,000 in each tip tank there. In the meantime, we are going to go ahead and get started. Now, the emergency battery switch, I've kind of got a better handle on how that's supposed to go. And matter of fact, the plane has been updated so it responds properly to the emergency battery switch positions here. So we're going to flip it up once. We should see the emergency power light come on. And then we flip it up a second time. We should see the gear indicators come on. So we're good to go. And now we'll go ahead and get the, go ahead and get the actual battery switches on. Bunch of other tests and stuff that we're supposed to do here. Here's the knob for that. I skipped those though. Let's go ahead and get the nav lights on. That's down here. Yeah, and all the... did it... Beacon light is where? I had Oh, no. Guess what? I'm an idiot. I didn't start spad.next. That's why that switch isn't working. I was like, don't tell me the bindings broke again. We recently, the FlySimWare updated some of the bindings for a lot of these basic switches. And so I had to redo some of those bindings. I've got them in a position where they're all working great. And then all of a sudden, just now that beacon light was not working. By the way, while that spad.next is starting up, I need to sync levers and stuff here too. So hold on while it's still thinking about it. Sorry, I know this is so riveting watching me watch a spinning disc on a separate screen that you guys can't even see. Alright, so let's get... Okay, there we go. So that's working. Spoiler's working. Parking brake's already engaged. And then let's get the throttles into cutoff. And now we can get the beacon... Okay, that's much better. Alright, we got Hawkmania stopping and not controlling Raleigh or flying in ZDC airspace. Blink twice if you're being held against you. I hardly ever fly in ZDC airspace, to be honest. I control probably 3 or 4 times a month, but I do more flying than controlling on this stream. That's for sure. And I support my colleagues every now and then, but not every time. But good to see you back here, Hawkman. Yeah, I lost track of where I was here. Alright, anyway. So battery switches, nav lights. Okay, that was what... So I wasn't turning the beacon light on. I was trying to turn the nav light on anyway. Nav lights on. Inverters. Okay, we're 500 in each tank, so we're going to take it up to 1,000, so we're going to keep going there. Avionics master is here. Autopilot master is there. Anti-skid is there. DME is nav 1 and knots. DME 2 is nav 2 and knots. Yaw damper power is down here. 1 and 2. And you can reset the master warning. And on the Garmin's, we can say, we can hit enter twice. And that is just about done. CT says, it reminds me when I listened to the whole ATC transcript of the accident over the Hudson River because of the double-engine bird strike. I felt like it was required before watching the Tom Hanks movie. Well, the Tom Hanks movie, Sully, they kept it pretty authentic in terms of honoring the cadence and tone of those real transcripts. So they stuck pretty close in that movie. There were some things, plot devices in that movie that they did stick very close to reality. But in terms of the communications and stuff, all the stuff that's from the recordings was pretty authentically replicated. All right, so the GPSs are booting up. Let's go ahead and get to the. I don't want to get to the. Can't load the passengers yet because we're still fueling, but we're close. We got another 250 pounds on each side. That shouldn't take but another minute or so. And then I had hoped to be airborne by about quarter till. So we got 15 more minutes to get airborne. Yeah, we're going to be a little bit tight, but we should be okay. My turnaround times are pretty loosely times for this evening, and we're supposed to end right at 11. So I think we'll be fine. We'll probably end a little bit sooner than I think. So the tip tank's 800 now, so another 200 per. What else can we do while we're waiting? I can't really load passengers just yet. I can go ahead and start programming the route at the very least. So we'll come in and we'll go under flight plan, and we'll put in our starting waypoint PHJR. And enter. Wait a minute, we only need it once. I don't know why it's in there twice. Okay, well, we'll leave it in there twice then. Who cares? Another 100 apiece. Okay. PHJR, the procedure is going to be the departure, enter. The Jelly 1, enter. Which runway are we going to depart from? That's a good question. I guess it depends on which way the wind blows here. METAR, PHJR. 150 at 9, so I guess we want 11. Do we want 11? Yeah, 11 is probably as good as any. So enter, and then transition is to, yeah, there's none. Actually, we can enter it to Upolu Point and load it, but I'm gonna delete that final. Let's delete that point because that's not our destination. And then we can delete Upolu Point because we're not going there. Yeah, this thing is doing some weird things in terms of our routing. There's some strange bugs with this today. I'm trying to back up. Let's just clear and enter. Actually, let's just, all right, first of all, let's just end the fuel. We've got the fuel that we're supposed to have.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Let's go under menu, and let's delete the flight plan, and let's start from scratch because it's acting kind of funny. It doubled up that point, and then it was kind of skipping around when I was trying to delete the last point in the set there. Well, let's just start that fresh. Man, what's it doing? I deleted all this. Remove departure, enter. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Menu. Man, I feel like we should probably reboot this whole thing right now. Because I have no faith that this is working like it's supposed to. I wonder if I do it up here. Wonder if I get better results if I do it up here. J R. Okay, so the flight plan is correct in this unit. Okay, well, we'll do it up here then. Let's select our departure. Enter. It is the Jelly 1. It is runway 11. It is to Upolu Point. Enter. And yes, we'll load it. Okay, we'll push for the cursor. It put the... Okay, so we're going to clear that waypoint. Yes, enter. We're going to clear that waypoint. Yes, enter. Okay, this is working much better. The rest of the route is the camps for arrival into PHOG. So let's first of all put the destination airport. And then let's go to procedure. Select the arrival, enter. Whoops. Nope. Menu, select destination airport, enter. Now let's go to flight plan, procedure, select arrival, enter. Yeah, there we go. Camps for arrival. Enter from Lanai, enter, and we'll load it. Okay, so I'll push for cursor. So then after Lanai, yeah, then it's the camps for into Maui, and Maui's got landing to the northeast. So let's just camps for, and then let's look at the airport diagram. Expect that arrival on runway 2 is going to be the situation. So let's look and see what approaches we have for runway 2 there. We got an ILS Yankee or Zulu. From camps. So that one comes off of camps. This one does not. So we'll do the Yankee off of camps. Okay, so a little bit delayed getting airborne, it looks like, but we're getting close here. Procedure, select approach, enter, ILS Yankee, runway 2 from camps, enter, load. And yes, we know we have to tune it manually and fly it by the analog instruments when we get there. Okay, alright, so that's all looking good now. I'm not sure what was going on with this device. Hopefully we won't have any other major glitches here, but otherwise it looks like we're looking good. Let's go back out of the flight plan page and go into nav telemetry. Let's make sure we're in GPS mode. Okay, we're good. Okay, and then we got the METAR at our destination. Our destination, our origin, it's 3005 and 150 at 9er, 3005. Alright, so 3005 will get dialed in 3 times. Field elevation verified, and it's next to nothing, and that is indeed what we're showing there. 3005 there, and 3005 there. Okay, field elevation verified. Comm radios, we don't have any VATSIM air traffic control on right now, so we'll just see what the common traffic advisory is for our origin. Well, I guess we better type it right. CTAF PHJR 132.6. So that's what we'll transmit on at first to advise of our movements around the airfield. And then we'll swap that in there, and then we'll advise on just general advisories, frequency 122.8 once we are airborne. Okay, so comm radios are set up, altimeter set and field elevation verified, nav equipment set up, initial altitude. I think if we look at the jelly, it's basically going to be no higher than 3,000 at jelly. So yeah, we'll say 3,000 is our initial. So that's going to come up on us quick. We'll need to be ready. 3,000 is set, and we can arm the altitude mode, and we can if we're taking off a 1-1, so it's going to be 107, but then we're going to start in LNAV pretty much. So we'll go ahead and set the we'll set the heading to 107. But yeah, the initial course is going to be at 211, so we'll kind of just get that dialed in just so it looks right on the gauge. Okay, so we got all that set, and 2547 was our initial squawk here. And altitude reporting mode is already on. Okay. So once we finished up with the fuel, we can go back and load our passengers now. So we'll go back into the regular aircraft options, flight performance, mass and balance. Let's just load up our seats. And load up the cargo. And we'll load the aircraft. And then we can go back to the grid here, back to the Lear options. Okay. Parking brake, let's confirm that it's set. We'll hop back outside, we'll pull the wheel chocks. And then we'll hop back inside. We can see our passengers are sitting. This guy looks like a nuclear scientist, doesn't he? Hop back in and get ready to go. We'll disconnect our ground power. And we'll close the door. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in from Allison Johnson. Allison, thank you so kindly for the support of the channel. We are just getting started. We are in the FlySimWare Lear 35. We're at John Rodgers Field, just west of Honolulu on the island of Oahu. Oh, you know what? I'm wrong. Let's go back to loading the aircraft. So we're picking up the people at Maui. We're not picking up the people here. We're flying empty from here to Maui, and then we're picking up the people there. So let's go back into the aircraft loading. Seats and cargo should be empty. And then we'll load them when we get to Maui, and then we're going to take them out to the Barking Sands Missile Facility. Okay, so that's done. Now that's correct. We'll load them up when we get there. We're back to the Lear options. But we still have the GPU disconnected and the door closed. We can go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on even though there's nobody on board. Just go ahead and do that anyway. Just keep the procedure consistent. We've already got the wheel chocks. We've already got the door closed. We've already got the GPU disconnected. Cabin temperature, I'm going to just go ahead and set to, it's 81 in here now. I'm going to set that nice and cool, and then we'll just monitor that as we go. Cruise altitude is 11,000 feet, so we're just going to make sure this is, yeah, this is from, we did some mountain flying last time. So we're just going to set this to sea level, and it's probably just going to stay that way the entire time. Tonight, and let's go ahead and grab our takeoff numbers so we can go back. We'll go to takeoff performance. Let's sync everything from the sim. Flaps 8 is correct. Let's go ahead and calculate our takeoff. 95.4 is the engine setting. Okay, that's set. 118 is our rotation speed. VR is 130. I'm sorry. Yeah, V118 is our V1 speed, our takeoff abort speed. 130 is our rotation speed. 133 will be our safety speed. So that's what we'll pitch to if we've got one good engine at that point. 163 is what we'll pitch to if we've got two good engines at that point, and then we'll get up to 1,000 and retract the flaps. Okay, so now we've got all that sorted out. Now we can go ahead and get the beacon light on. We don't need to push back from this position. We can go ahead and just start up some engines. Start on the number 2 side. We'll go ahead and pull that into startup mode. We'll wait for 13% in terms of the turbine speed. And cutoff comes in. Thank you, Arcasius, with the follow. Arcasius.
Charlie 2, Charlie 1.
Is that Rob Valkyrie? Oh my goodness, what a blast, man! I haven't heard from you in a while, and of course I know you flew the event this past Saturday, the Vintage Cross to something that just maddeningly I was not able to join. Frustrating day for me, actually. I was so upset. But I know that 7 of you did. By the way, we've got a drawing. We're going to draw. The 7 of you that did complete that adventure are eligible for a drawing for a Slant Alpha Prize Vault prize. So we're going to draw that when we get airborne. But Rob Valkyrie, I know you were one of the ones that participated in that. There it goes. One of the ones that participated in that and successfully completed it. So good to see you around here, man. Hope all's been well. Good to talk to you again. Good to hear your voice. Alright, so we got the engine started. We got the generators on. We can go ahead and get cabin air on. Let's do a control surface check. Obviously, we're not really testing yoke movement per se, but control surfaces outside the plane will all be checked to make sure that they operate freely and correctly. Get the nose wheel steering on. Takeoff flap set and takeoff trim set. I'm just going to set it to the very beginning. I know that there was a trim value that the tablet recommended, but I just set it to the very, very beginning of the takeoff trim, acceptable takeoff trim range, because this thing just wants to rocket up into the sky otherwise. Alright. We are ready. Where are we? And we're going to get airborne maybe just a couple minutes late. So we're up here. I think we're up here between these two hangars, basically. So we are going to taxi to 1-1. So we're going to try and taxi to the west to head out via runway 11. Alright, so if I look at my... So we're going to try and taxi out to the right there. Alright, parking brake comes off. I guess we're going to have to run over the rampy. Sorry, rampy. Beep, beep. Of course, I know it looks like there's still a lot of warning lights lit. In this aircraft, there's just a lot of stuff that you do when you get to the hold short line. Stall warnings stay off because if it's a very gusty day, you're going to have them clacking at you the entire time you're taxiing, so you leave those off until the hold short. Pitot heat will leave off because you don't want to burn up that tube by overheating it while there's no airflow over it.
November 3 Romeo landing at runway 11. Lay of the left. So the stall warnings, pitot heat will get on.
Radio altimeter we'll get on because it's basically kind of like the weather radar. You don't really want to irradiate the ramp folks here, so we'll leave the radio altimeter off until we're away from the ramp. And then we can do a spoiler check, make sure the spoiler deploys, and we see that the light on the dashboard indicates that it does. And then we can arm the 2 reversers and just test that they deploy, and they do as well. So look at that. Okay, we are leaving the ramp. We'll go ahead and do brake check. Brakes? Okay, yeah, brakes are indeed working. So we're...
Hawaii low traffic. Number 3 Romeo, departing runway 11, Jelly 1 departure to the east. Kalailoa.
Kalailo. I'm glad Rob Valkyrie said that before I did, otherwise I would have had no idea how to pronounce it. And there he goes. Alright, Rob. Glad you're flying along with us today, man. We'll catch up with you. Alright, so taxiing out to the west now. We can go ahead and get our weather radar on. And yeah, turn it up a few notches there, and then switch it from map to weather. Taxi lights can come off now. Alright, nobody. Alright, PITO. Stall warnings. Radio altimeter. Strobe. Landing. Continuous ignition. Recognition. And, thrust reversers and continuous ignition. Kalailoa traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 11, IFR southbound, departure, Kalailoa. Alright, here we go. Getting airborne just 8 minutes. That's 7 minutes after intended. That's not too bad. Okay. 95.4. Oh, overshot. 95. Okay, 95.4, very close to set. V1 and rotate. Okay, we'll pitch to the V2 speed. Gear can come up. Pull the power down. And we can go ahead and get the autopilot on. We'll start that turn. We're through 1,000. Flaps can come in. Bring it up to 250 knots. Kalailoa traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is clear, runway 11 on the southbound IFR turn, Kalailoa. Alright, and we'll go ahead and clear ourselves up to 11. And we caught that before it went into altitude hold. Click it over into speed hold, so we'll keep the 250. Okay, engines are putting out just about 800 per. We can turn off the reverser arms, arming switches. We can turn off the continuous ignition. And gears up, no lights, and flaps are stowed. Switch over to general advisories. Alright, So a lot happened there at once on that departure. In the Learjet, that is kind of common. Oh, and the other thing that I didn't do is engage the yaw damper. Get that up and running. I got to switch for that now too. Okay. Still, I'll tell you what. Let's run the fan to cool it off in here a little bit. Okay, the GPS is grabbing our next leg. This is the needle I'm watching more so than this one. The needles are in the same position, but this course does not automatically rotate into the correct position, so it looks a little funky, like we're way off of our assigned course. It's just that I haven't turned the desired track of 138. I should turn this to match that. Whoops, not the heading bug. So it looks a little like it makes a little bit more sense if the course arrow is pointed in the correct direction. Alright, so we've reached 11,000, so we can get some forward-facing lights off now. Our landing and taxi lights can come off. Recognition lights can come off. And then I'm going to pull the power down to about 740 on the turbine temps. Let me see if that gets us maybe about 320 knots. Seatbelt signs can come off, and we got some gusty winds. Seatbelt signs can come off even though we don't have anybody in. Every time we fly in Hawaii in FlySim 2024, we hear these nice gusty winds. Alright, looks like the speed's stabilizing right about 320. We'll watch it a little bit. But we're done with the airport diagram. Pretty much done with the jelly. We're at 11,000, so this 5,500 or above, yeah, that's not going to be a problem. Go ahead and shut that off, and then we're done with that as well. We got the camp's arrival from Lanai to the point camps at or above 3. And then camps at or above 3 here and on into the approach. Let's really pretty much start the approach briefing. 110.1024 is the approach course. Yeah, we got the approach frequency course. So 110.1. Let's go. 10.1 and 324, even though it's not going to make much sense to set the course arrow this early because it's not going to line up with the course that we're flying between there and there. But I basically, in terms of knowing where I am and for the RNAV purposes, I'm watching this screen and I'm watching this screen. I'm not really watching the course arrow. So we'll just set the course arrow up for our approach just to have that step done. If we need to go missed, obviously we'll have the legs in the VO in the GPS. But if we do need to go missed, it's going to be 3,000 straight out on 115.1 and 023. So 115.1 and 0. No, I don't need the AI assistant. I shudder to think what an AI would do reading this chart. 115.1 and 023. So I'm going to set that in the right-hand side, so that we have that on the first officer side in case we do end up needing to go missed. We'll have the radio beacons tuned. So what did I say? 115.1. And we'll swap that in 023 on the course in case we need it. Minimums are 220 above ground level, 275 means sea level, but this is a category 1 chart, so you really are bound to the barometric minimum. And because the elevation is going to change coming into the airport, I'm going to buffer this 220. I'm going to add probably about 100 to it just to account for any elevation change between the missed approach point and the runway threshold. This accounts for this is at the runway threshold, but obviously it's going to detect at the missed approach point. So if there's a difference in terrain elevation between those two locations, then the alerter might not go off in time. So I'm going to set the alerter at high on purpose to make sure that it goes off in advance of us getting to 275. However, it looks from the weather today like visibility and cloud bases are not going to be a factor. So I'm not that worried about it, but we'll buffer the 220 by an extra 100 and we'll set that to 320. Ooh, our speed's like 340 knots now. Let's just back it down. I mean, we're crooking along. This is a really short flight too. So we're crooking along. Let's just back it down. And just let some of that speed bleed off. Alright, so approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude will be 3,000 and minimums were set. Visibility and ceiling look like they're not going to be a factor, but let's confirm. 010 at 9, gusting to 17 with variable direction 340 to 040. So 020 looks like it's going to be the right call. 30.00 is going to be the altimeter there. 10 statute miles. Few clouds at 5,000, but we're going to be intercepting at 3,000, so we should be okay. 30.00. I'm just going to go ahead and get that set across the board now. So straight to 3, and then if we do make it down successfully, we're going to be parking at this commuter air terminal up here. So if we make it down successfully, it's a left-hand turn off and straight to 3 if we go missed. All right, so the approach briefing's done. Let's start talking about top-up descent. We're going to be to that point camps at 3,000. Let's go to our flight plan page. We're 50 miles from camps now. So if we are at 11,000, we need to go to 3,000. We got 8,000 to lose, and I like to use 3.5 miles per 1,000 to lose it. So we want to start down 28 miles prior to camps in order to make that camps at 3. So we're good. Got a little ways to go before we start having to worry about top of descent. Outside shot for you. Beautiful Hawaii landscape. Is that, I believe that's the island of Molokai that we're looking at to our left. So we took off from Oahu. So yeah, it's going to be Molokai and then Lanai, and then ahead of us is going to be Maui. So yeah, Molokai is that long kind of banana shaped one there. And then Lanai is the rounder one kind of directly ahead of us. And then ahead to our left, you kind of got the almost like the twin peaks of Maui. That's where we're headed. All right, we do want to get our V speeds in for our arrival. Let's go to performance landing page and sync from sim. The temperature at destination was 27. And runway elevation mean sea level there is 55. We'll sync the weight from the sim and calculate our landing numbers. Now, we're going to try. I've gotten some tips. This landing in this plane, I've really had some difficulty. When you start getting below 150 or so, it wants to sink so badly that you can't even see what you're descending toward. It slips below the screen. So I'm going to keep about 15 knots faster than our our book value for VREF. It says to add 7. I'm adding 15. So book value for VREF is going to be bugged here, 127. So that's there. I'm going to add 15 to that, so that's going to be 37, 40, 40, 142. So 127 is the bugged, that's the bugged VREF. This is the VREF I'm flying. Okay, and then 150 is landing flap speed. So that is a little more comfortable for me. The plane comes in kind of nose high otherwise, unless you keep that extra speed. Now we will reduce speed over the threshold, and the beginning of the runway will fall out of view. We'll just aim to the end of the runway, and then what I've found is that you really don't flare this plane. You land this thing like a fighter jet. From what I've read, you don't flare it much. It's not a finesse aircraft. It's not something you're ever going to butter on the runway. This is something that you land like a fighter jet. You kind of just you come in pretty flat, and then you land it pretty flat. It will go into ground effect, and I think instead of reducing power, we'll let the ground effect give us a little bit of a flare effect to kind of soften the blow a little bit. But other than that, we're not going to really make a major adjustment to attitude and power, until after the wheels touch. So, well, speaking of wheels touching, I guess I should get the landing stats plugin up and running. Oh, we're 22 miles from camps. We need to start down like yesterday. So 3,000 at camps. Altitude. Select. Go ahead and drop the power out, and I'm going to let it come down to 250, and then start a pretty much idle descent because, we're a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of getting down to that. Now I think we should have plenty of time after camps to get down to intercept altitude on the approach, so I'm not too concerned, but we certainly did miss my intended top of descent. But since we are descending, sea level pressure, windscreen, and seatbelts. Yeah, there's no passengers on this leg, but we'll just do it anyway. And since we're below 10, so we're 250 already, we can get forward-facing lights on, including landing and recognition. I did kind of come up with something clever. So this is a 3-position switch, landing lights and taxi lights, okay? So my landing light switch turns them all the way on. My taxi light switch turns them halfway on, which is the taxi position. And then if I have landing lights on, my taxi switch is ignored. If I have taxi lights on, turning landing lights off puts it into taxi, versus taxi light switches off, turning landing lights puts them into off. So I kind of had to do a little bit of a logic puzzle to figure out what combinations of these two switches resulted in what positions. But I think I did pretty well there. That's working the way I want it. So we heard Rob Walker give his radio call. Let's PHOG. Let's figure out what. So 118.7 will be the frequency for Maui. I don't know how. I don't see him. He's way up ahead of us, I think. Our airport's going to kind of be right in the valley between these two locations. But let's get 118.7 tuned in, and we'll just start making our calls there. He's doing a better job than I am of advising intentions on general advisories, but really kind of more critical for at airport operations. Now, he's supposedly just ahead of us making the turn northbound, so we might see him right off in this area. But we're a little ways behind him. So we should be okay here. Okay, and we are down at 4. And then coming up on 3,000 at camps, and then we're only we're only getting to 2,400 when we get to a point where we're 8.5 miles from the airport. So we did okay. We got down to we got started our descent late, but we were able to catch it up. This plane does descend pretty well. With power out, this plane does kind of drop. So speaking of dropping, I am going to let the speed roll down to about 210. And then once we make the turn from camps up to Tebs, and we don't need to hold here. So it wants to put us in the hold. I want us to go ahead and turn to Tebs. So I'm going to go ahead and put it into heading mode. And then down here, let's just go to direct.
Maui traffic, number 3 Romeo, 10 mile final runway 02, Maui.
To Tebs. Enter. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, direct to enter. And really, we're going to go ahead and switch over. We're in heading mode, and I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to Oh, 024. Why did I say 324? 024. And let's go ahead and get it into VOR mode. Yeah, we're there. Oh. Speeds drop a little bit. So we're below 210. Alright. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way, and the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next to be drawn toward the end of the month of February. I'm going to put in a little bit of a correction to come over to the right and join the final approach course. And then we'll go ahead and get nav rearmed. And then we'll go ahead and get the glide slope armed. And at Tebs, we're at an 8.5 mile final. Well, we got the DME here. Missed approach altitude is 3,000 as well. So I'm going to turn altitude hold off. Alright, let's get back down below 200. Alright, we're gonna join the Logan glide slope pretty much at the same time here. So we're joining glide slope. Let's go ahead and get gear out. Honolulu traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, 11 mile final, straight in runway 2, Honolulu. Okay, flaps 1 in gear. Alright, got the runway in sight, straight up ahead. And I'm going to go ahead and make it my airplane. Okay, under 200, we can go to flaps 2. Take that down to about 5 miles, and then we'll get the third notch of flaps in and stabilize our approach. See, already, you know, we're falling below glide slope. I got to get the nose up, and we're going to put the runway right at the edge of the glare shield. And I got we're all the way at idle.
Number 3 Romeo is clear of the runway out. Golf, we taxi Golf Alpha, parking, Maui.
Okay, we're good on the glide. I'm going to go ahead and get the reversers armed. I'm going to get a continuous ignition on. And then we've got to get the windshield heat off. A little bit high on the glide now. flaps 2. Gears are down in green. We got one more notch of flaps to get in. Pulling those up, that's going to help us lose the speed, and then once we lose the speed, we can drop the third notch of flaps in. Honolulu traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, 4 mile final, runway 2, Honolulu. Okay, final notch of flaps coming in. 150 mark. Now we should be able to ease it back down onto the glide slope without picking up too much speed. There we go, we got 2 reds. And I'm not going to let the speed drop too much here. Remember, I've got the VREF bug, that lowest bug is the actual VREF. That second bug, and really honestly more the 150 is where I intend to actually fly it. We're being shown as below glide slope, but I can't pull the nose up anymore without losing sight of the runway. Last call for the predictions, friends. I'm going to leave the power in basically right where it is. Let the ground effect handle the flare for us. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Reversers and spoilers, and let's gently set the nose down. Yeah, I was pretty pleased with that.
Maui traffic, Great Romeo, we're crossing runway 0220 at Foxtrot, going to park over at the East GA parking, Maui. Maui traffic, Great Romeo, we're clear of crossing runway 0220, Maui.
Alright, so I turned on to and Maui traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor cleared off of runway 2. We're back taxiing runway 5, then left on Alpha. We're going over to the commuter air terminal on the west side, Maui. And Rob, you can join us there, or you can stay where you are. That's fine. Good to hear your voice, by the way.
Crossing runway 0220 again on Foxtrot, heading over to the west side.
Good to hear your voice, by the way.
Good to hear you. I'm lurking, watching.
Alright, so landing performance was better, smoother. The right wing didn't dip as much. And again, I've been questioning, like, is that a glitch? Like the wheel just doesn't register as having touched the ground? No, the Lear does dip like that if you're not super careful about side loading. So everything we've experienced is pretty authentic to the real thing. I just have to get better at flying it. But this landing worked out better. I was fairly happy. And we'll go over the numbers here in a minute. Off the runway, by the way, strobes, landing lights off, taxi light can stay on, but we're joining the ramp now, so I can turn the taxi lights off. Recognition lights, and then disarm the reversers and continuous ignition. Weather radar can come off as well. Oh, and flaps. Yaw damper I already did as well. Alright. So this is the commuter air terminal. I guess this is where charter pickups would happen. I'm not even really totally sure. But this is where we'll put it for now. And the parking brake can come on. Strudel's still 40 miles out. That's okay. I got. I'll do the drawing here too, so you'll have time to catch up. The turnarounds that I scheduled are fairly loose, so you should have plenty of time. All right, so taxi light off. We got parking brake on. And yeah, all that stuff was on the switches. The cabin air can come off. Oh, jeez. I left it. It's too cold in here now. The group's going to be a little chilly, but I'll tell you what, as soon as we shut this air off and open the door, the cabin will come up to a more normal temperature before we load the passengers, so I think we should be fine there. Cabin air, engine gens can come off. Throttles to cut off. Yeah, 53 degrees Fahrenheit in the cabin. I wasn't paying attention. I ran the cooler on because it was 80 something, and I ran the cooler and then I got yammering on and didn't pay attention. Strudel says, "Whoops, mine's 32 degrees Fahrenheit." Whoopsie. So seatbelt signs, transponder mode and code. And the beacon light. Alright, let's come over here and let's go to utilities. Right, utilities, come on. Go ahead and get the GPU and the door open. As soon as we open the door, this temperature will start to come up and we'll be okay. Alright, and we would unload the passengers, but we did not have passengers on board to unload, so we're okay. Let us go to the fuel page and let's do a check of our fuel status. Alright, we'll look at my predictions first, and then we'll look at yours. So, and remember, we got airborne about 7 minutes late. So my predictions were that we were going to be down here at 8:15, and we're down at 8:21. So we're exactly that 7 minutes late. We're going to be off block by 8:50. We can do that. That's no problem. And we should have 37.75 left in the tanks. Let's do a real quick math problem to see how much we have. We got 1254 plus 1254 plus 808 plus 781. And we got 4097. So we got about 300 extra pounds. That's not bad at all. What did I say? 4097? Okay, 322 extra pounds. Okay, so my predictions are working out okay so far. How did yours do? I think you guys were a little on the low side. This is still a fighter jet, okay? As much as I'm doing my best to smooth out the landings, this is just not a butter airplane. This is just the way it is. It did register 2 bounces, but I feel like those were just more like slight skims and skips. It was a gusty runway. Gusty wind conditions. 154 was the number that it officially registered on a 13-knot, mostly straight-on headwind. But 154 was the winning number, so we had 43 and 50 and 100. So the Flyer Studios picks up the official entry. The Flyer Studios. But even though it registered at 154, I was overall very pleased with it. I felt like, so you're going to lose sight of the front end of that runway on short final. But your eye point should be aiming toward the end of that runway anyway. So the position of the glare shield and the short final attitude just enforces that. Really, it just enforces good habits. It enforces good habits that I'm not in. So now maybe I will be. Maybe I'll try and be better at that in my other aircraft as well. So where are we? We're at Maui, PHOG, and it is 24. 2426. Who do we appreciate? Okay, I didn't. But the Flyer Studios, you got our first entry into our February landing rate raffle. Now, speaking of raffles, this past Saturday, we had our vintage Cross the Something flight. And 12 signed up. 3 had to drop out for technical reasons. 2 more dropped out during the flight for technical reasons. So that left 7 of you that finished the flight. Rob Valkyrie, Mighty Mackerel, Dr. Acorn, Nam106, TFS2024, Jeffrey B., and Dr. Martin. So you guys are the 7 that are entered into our drawing for having completed successfully our vintage Cross to Something. We're kicking around doing the next one as vintage jets, by the way. We typically do that on the Saturday of Pro Bowl weekend. So basically, the Saturday, we'll call it 8 days before the Super Bowl. So if you want to kind of informally mark your calendar for next year, that's when we are thinking about doing it. The Lucky 7, I know the Magnificent 7, I would say. That's an old Western movie. Strudel, maybe that's what you're thinking of. Alright, so we're going to pick a name out of the fishbowl and see who we're giving this prize to. Alright, I've got one. Let us see. Oh, you can't. This is perfect. This is perfect. So this is somebody who's been a very, very long-standing member of the Slant Alpha community. Haven't talked to this person too much lately, but one of the longest-standing members of the Slant Alpha community, and in fact is one of our moderators, and just so happens to be flying along with us tonight. This is like fate. So congrats to Rob Valkyrie for the win there. That's perfect, man. That's just very, very deserving, very deserving. So we'll get in touch with him, man, and figure out what we're shooting away. But that just feels like it was made to be, doesn't it? That's awesome when that kind of stuff works out. I love that. Cheers to you, Rob Valkyrie. Good to hear you, man. Super duper. All right, cool. Let's get underway with leg number 2, shall we, guys? That made my night. It really did, really did. All right, back to the top. Let's go ahead and okay. So we do want to go back and on the regular aircraft page, not the FlySimWare pages, but the regular aircraft pages where we do the loading. This is I started to do this at the beginning, but this is where we're loading everybody on board the plane, and we'll just go ahead and load them immediately, and now we can kind of go back. Once the success message goes away, we'll go back and we'll go to the Lear options there. Let us get an updated METAR information here at Maui. I got to file. I haven't filed our second route. I got to show you that. PHOG. So it's the very same observation, 0054 Zulu, so nothing's changed. We're going to take off on runway 2, 30.00. Let's just verify the field elevation is reading correctly. Yeah, basically 0. So, I mean, very, very little field elevation, and that's correct. Let's go ahead and get the second flight plan filed. And I always say no here and just enter it fresh. Call sign is going to be November 514 Delta Victor. We are IFR. We're at LJ35. We're a medium. Our equipment is, let me get to my cheat sheet over here. SB DF GRWI L. Departure is PHOG. Off block, we're going to say, we'll say 01. Oops, not 0050. 0150, but we might get, that's 20 minutes away. We might get everyone a little bit early. We'll do a 22,000. And, 320 is all we're going to really do at that altitude. We're going to Barking Sands. And, by the way, don't forget, Ordinarily, you wouldn't see a civilian flight going to a very highly sensitive Homeland Security site like Barking Sands Missile Range. But we were assuming that we're taking some sort of group of scientists out there that spent the night in Maui, that probably enjoyed a night of nightlife, got out on the beach a little bit, had a few drinks at night, got back to the hotel, rested, and they're now getting on the plane to head out to Barking Sands to do some sort of a tour, consultation. Our ferry co-pilots are going through security there. Yeah, they started going through security, and I don't know why Finley was in the bin. Mozzie was looking like he's about to get strip searched, and that's not very pleasant, but some sort of an emergency has started to happen. I didn't even notice. So in the first one, police removed shoes and collars. I love it. I didn't even notice the security guard is now having a bit of a panic attack here. He's like suddenly taken aback and arms flailing too. So, so that's a nice little touch that I didn't notice when we first showed that scene. But if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, go ahead and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabet points, and let me know what you'd like to do to modify or add to that image. You're going to think I'm making this up. We're flying the Nipoli 2 departure. Nipoli 2 to Saki, and then Victor 106 to Sock. I swear. That is a real route, okay? I'll show it to you here in just a moment. BBN is a B2, C2, D2, S2. Performance is a Charlie. And all we'll do is put the stream link in here. Twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. So we're done with that. Let's get Sky Vector over here, and we'll show you the second leg. So it's PHOG-PHBK Barking Sands. And I don't know what PRMRF stands for, but it's something missile range field, maybe. I don't know. But it is the Barking Sands Missile Facility. That's the route, the Nipoli 2 departure. We're done with camps. We're done with that. We got the airport diagram up already. So yeah, the Nipoli 2. I'm sure it's Napoli. I'm being a bit silly here, but I'm going to say Nipoli just because I can. The Nipoli 2 departure to Saki, and then I got that up twice. Did it have a continuation page? No, didn't have a continuation page. So Nipoli 2 departure, and then Barking Sands, we get the airport diagram up. When I looked at the airport diagram for this earlier, it's funny. It's in a slightly different. It's in the same format, but man, you can see like the fonts are just a little bit different than what we're used to, right? So it's the same. It's the same format of the chart, but the fonts and the spacing is just a little bit off. This is, I guess, it says a U.S. Navy facility, Navy line parking up here. So I guess this is technically a Navy facility. It's, of course, as I said, it's a missile range. So it's a national defense site. We're just going to park here, by the way, at the tower apron parking. We're not Navy. We're not hazardous cargo. We're not fighters. I don't know what Orca even is, but we're not there. Of course, obviously, we're not a helicopter. So we're just going to drop here at tower apron parking, and we'll assume that the base personnel would then escort our group to wherever they need to go to. So that's where we're going to park at. It's a single runway. You're going to roll it long and just roll off at the end there. But yeah, so anyway, that's our route. It's pretty much RNAV off the ground, so 024, and then we'll just, we'll get these altitudes in, and we're just going to clear ourselves basically up to 220 anyway. So, so that's the plan. That's all looking good. Let's go back to our flow list and go ahead and start getting it set up. So we got the passengers in. We got the ATIS retrieved. We got the clearance. Nobody to obtain our clearance with, but we will self-announce. I guess we can go on VATSIM radar and cheat and see what our assigned squawk is, even though we didn't get it. It's 2222. That's fun. We'll go ahead and get that put in. Alright, so comm radios are set, altimeters were set, and field elevation was verified. Let's go ahead and get the route entered into the computer. And this one was acting weird earlier. Let's do it up here on the right one. But let's go to flight plan, menu, delete flight plan, enter, and yes. Okay, it blanked it out. That's good. We'll go ahead and put in our origin, PHJR-PHOG. Okay, enter. Let's go to procedures and select our departure, enter. And it is the Nipoli 2, enter. From runway 2, enter. Okay, we'll load it, yes, enter. We'll push for a cursor. We'll go to the bottom of that after Saki. Yeah, we're not going to PHOG at the end, so we'll just clear. And yes, enter, that's what we want to do. So push for cursor, oops, push for cursor, we'll come back down to the bottom. Okay, after Saki, Saki is on the airway there, whatever it is. So Saki, Victor, we can call it 16. Okay, Victor 2-1 splits off somewhere, but Victor 16 is the one that continues all the way out. Now remember that there's no airway entry, so all I'm going to do is put in the points where there's a turn. So I'm just going to put in Gecko as our next waypoint. So G, E, C, K, O, and yeah, it is in Hawaii area, so that's good. Enter. And then after Gecko, it's a straight shot here up to South Kauai, SOC, SOK. So fairly simple route after all said and done. Enter. VOR Hawaii or VOR unknown? Yeah, Hawaii is the one we want. You're the one that I want. You're the one I want. Ooh, 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 honey. So after SOC, it's just the direct destination, and we've got TACAD, which is not us, and we got RNAV 16 and RNAV 34. So let's just kind of take a peek with the 160 at 160 at 10 gust to 17. So let's pick the RNAV to 16. So I guess that means we're going to land as short as we can and then back taxi that entire way, right? So there we go. So off of South Kauai, let's see what the RNAV to 16 looks like. Open link in new tab, slide it over there. So after South Kauai, oh, well, nice. So after South Kauai, we go out to this point curve when we fly the course reversal via hold and lure procedure turn, course reversal there, and then we come back into runway 16. Interesting. So this will be a fun one. And yeah, we do need to fly that course reversal, so we'll be ready to do that. The GPS probably will do that on its own, but we'll monitor and we'll be ready to manually intervene and make that happen if we have any issues there. But let's dial in the destination PHBK. Yep, that's the one. And then let's go to procedures and we'll select our approach. And it is the RNAV GPS 16. Yep, correct. Enter. From SOC. And we will load. Okay, so let's just double check. So the departure procedure, the Nipoli 2, West Maui, Roxy, Isno, Aries, and then Saki. Okay, and then en route we got Gecko, and then South Kauai. And then should be Walib and Curb. And then we got the hold at curb. And then we come off of that onto Hunpu. And, yeah, then the runway. And then it's 550 feet to Dickney. Let's go ahead and just verify the missed approach. 550 and then 3,000 to Dickney. Okay, so yeah, everything's verified in there. It's daily. Did I miss the flight out? Yeah, so we've already gotten to our charter pickup point here at Maui. So we're getting ready to pick them up at Maui and then head to Barking Sand. So we're obviously the charter trips daily are typically a 3-legger, and we're getting ready to start leg number 2. We've done the deadhead leg. We're now going to do the revenue leg, and then we got the deadhead leg back to base at the end yet to go. So leg 2 out of 3 starting now. Okay. And daily, we are parked on the northwest side, the commuter air terminal, northwest side of Maui, Kahului. Alright, so we got the nav equipment all set up. Let's get out of flight plan mode, get back to telemetry mode. And, yeah, we're good to go. I think I'm good with that range there. So nav equipment, initial altitude, what did we say? I think it was 14? Yeah. So an initial of 14,000. And then we're just going to end up going up to 22, but we'll at least just clear ourselves to 14 for starters. And we'll make sure we are armed there. And I'm going to start it in heading mode. No, I'm going to start it in nav mode. Can I do that from here? Yeah. Okay, so we started in nav mode. Oh, yeah, we can't do that. Now we can do that. Okay. And the initial course, we're going to set the bug of 024. Heading bug of 024.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
And then the initial course after that is a 320 to Maui. Melvin with the resub. Melvin, thank you so kindly.
Yellow paint.
Yes, it does. That's what I'm told. I don't do a lot of painting. Actually, my wife just became very into watercolors. I don't have much of an odor, though. Alright, and then transponder 2222, we've got that set. So we've got our altitude set and armed. We're armed into our lateral mode as well, so we're good to go from that standpoint. Transponders set. Did we get it back into? Yeah, we can go ahead and put it into altitude, though. Alright, parking brake is indeed set. Seatbelt signs can come on. We do not need to remove the wheel tracks because we do have that already done. We can go to the utilities page. What is the... Yeah, it's back up to 77 degrees, so that's good. Normal temperature in the cabin now. We'll get the GPU off and the doors closed. We'll set our cabin temperature to kind of a normalish center position here, but we'll monitor that as we go. Pressurization, again, is just going to be sea level the entire way. Let's calculate some takeoff numbers. Sync everything from the sim. And calculate takeoff numbers. So 95.4 is the same as it was, I think. Yeah, 95.4. 130, 138, and 171. So 130 is our abort speed. 138 is our rotation speed. 141 is our safety speed. 171 is our flap retraction speed. So if we reach, we safety critical items prior to 130, we abort. If we exceed 130, then we take our problems airborne with us. At 138, we rotate, take them up. If we have 2 functioning engines at that point, we'll accelerate to this point and retract flaps at 1,000. If we have 1 functioning engine, we'll just add 3 knots to this to 1,000 and then retract flaps. So that's all set. Let's go ahead and get the beacon light on. We're supposed to be off block in 6 minutes, so yeah, we're pretty much on time. We might even be slightly early. We do not need to push back from our present position. Let's go ahead and fire up the number 2. So we'll go ahead and get the gen switch into, starter mode. Once the turbine gets up to 13, we'll go ahead and pull it out of cutoff. Okay, the automatic ignition and the starter has clicked off. The same on the number 1 side. 10, 11, 12, 13. Introduce the fuel engine, meet fuel, fuel, meet engine. Okay, engines are stable. Gen's on. Cabin air's on. Temperature cooling, we'll watch the 77, see how that works. Control surfaces, we know, obviously we're not checking the yoke movement, but we're checking the yoke movement. Okay, all control surfaces are good. We'll set flaps. We'll set trim. Right to the first click where it goes out. Okay, steering is already armed. Alright, we're good to go. And we are going to end up taxiing Foxtrot Alpha to runway 2. Honolulu traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victors, taxiing out to runway 2 for IFR westbound. We're going to go Foxtrot and Alpha off the commuter air ramp. Maui, Honolulu. Whatever this place is called. Might or might not see your business jet spawn in. Nice, okay. Yeah, we got Rob Valkyrie flying along, and we may or may not have Strudel flying along, and then we might have Daly flying along. A little group flight action in Hawaii today. I love it. I love it, friends. Don't forget...
November 3 Romeo, we're taxiing the runway 05 via Foxtrot.
Ooh, we're going to do 5, okay. Okay, yeah, I really have to get model matching.
November 3 Romeo, we're lining up departing runway 5 on a beach 4 departure to the south and west. Maui.
Alright, Rob, we'll catch up with you, man. Yeah, I really have to get my model matching sorted out. I took out FSLTL because we had all those missing textures. I took out my custom model match rule because it was referencing a lot of planes that I didn't have in the base set anymore because it was my 2020 rule rather than my 2024 rule. So yeah, I really have to get that figured out. Alright, tiny little shot of power to keep it rolling. You'll be playing catch up daily? Okay, no problem, man. No problem. 2 more legs. Guess we can do taxi lights while we're rolling here. Off the ramp, we can go ahead and get weather radar on to about the 3rd or 4th notch, maybe. Map mode check, okay. Yeah, map mode off. Okay, there's Delta. Okay, we got 1 more to go here.
Traffic, we're clear runway 5 on a beach 4 departure. We'll be making our turn here to the south in about 30 seconds. Maui.
Okay, is this Charlie? Okay, then yeah, this is where we want to turn. Maui traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor will be departing runway 2, Nipoli 2 on the IFR westbound turnout, Maui. Yes, I called it Nipoli 2 on the radio. Why not? That's what it looks like to me. Oh, we left pitot heat. We left. Yeah, I left some switches on. Left pitot heat on. We left the stall warnings on. We left the radio altimeter on. Whoops. We get reverses on. Continuous ignition, recognition, strobes, landing lights. So those were four switches off of the arrival that I just missed. Didn't do. Okay, 95.4 coming at you. And airborne 10 till. So we're 10 minutes early. Okay, 95.4 is pretty close to set. There's our V1. There's our rotate.
Tour 321, Juliet Foxtrot, going to be taking runway 2 via Foxtrot out.
Okay, we got climb going. Gear coming up. Pitch to the flap retraction speed. Bring it down to 800. Okay, we can pitch down now, let the speed come up. Maui traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor's clear of runway 2 and turning north and westbound on the Nepali 2 departure, going to 14,000 Maui. Okay. Did I get flaps in? I don't think I did. Okay, flaps coming in now. Gear came up, flaps are now in, and we're accelerating to 250, so I'm getting the nose ever so slightly down as we're powering to 800. So takeoff setting is 95.4 here, climb setting is 800 here, and then we're just kind of I'm just gently lowering the pitch, the autopilot pitch reference until we get to 250, and then we'll capture the airspeed and let the plane manage the pitch to keep the 250 for us. Okay, so that's now working. In terms of our altitude, we need to be at least 3,200 by Maui. We haven't even made it to Maui yet, and we're passing 7,000, so I think we're fine there. Yeah, so I'd say we're going to be fine on our altitude, so let's just go ahead and clear ourselves up to 220. And I'm going to go ahead and swap it into generic advisories there. Post takeoff, we can go reverser arms off, continuous ignition off. And then we're coming up on 10,000. We can go forward facing lights off. Do a pressurization and temperature check. Pressurization is fine. Temperature could be reduced. Let's just turn the knob all the way down. And I'm going to run the cool fan for just a little bit, but I'm not going to forget it this time. So we're through 10,000 now. I'm going to pitch the nose down ever so slightly. Oh no, yeah, let's get out of that mode altogether. Pitch the nose down ever so slightly, keeping the engines up at 800. And then let's capture 270 knots the rest of the way up. Okay, so there's 260. I'm kind of adjusting the pitch so that we don't blow past 270. so there's 270, and we'll go ahead and make sure we're back into IAS. No, okay. But now we are, okay. Good. Strudel says, it's sad, honestly, but I've only been to Hawaii twice. Well, that's not that sad, because I've never been there. Once departing a long haul, once arriving a long haul, one to Sydney and one to Newark. Are you talking about in the sim or real life? If you're talking about in the sim, yes, that is sad. If you're talking about real life, then you got me beat by 2. In the sim, then yeah, that is sad. That's you have to fix that. Yeah, Hawaii is definitely a bucket list location for us. Although I don't think we'd do a direct flight from the East Coast. I think we would probably have to break that up into a West Coast trip, maybe stay a day or two in California, and then do another flight from there. All right, we're through 18. We can get the altimeter set to standard, 29902, so we're no longer at 18,000. We're now at flight level 180. Remember, don't ever say flight level if you're tuned to a local altimeter. Okay, 72 degrees. I'm going to go ahead and turn the cooling fan off, but I'm going to leave the knob all the way down. We'll see how that does us. And by the way, I know we're not changing pressure in the cabin. Cabin altitude should stay 0, but we do want to monitor the differential pressure, make sure that it doesn't exceed normal limits. Okay, 71. I'm going to bump this to about the 10 o'clock position there. We'll see how that does. Arriving at cruise, we can go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs off. And then we'll let the plane accelerate to its cruise speed here real quick. So we're done with the taxi diagram at Maui. We're done with the Napoli 2. And yeah, so South Kauai. So it's really curb at 3,000s that we need to be down at. So we'll do a top of descent calculation for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull the engine power down to about 730 or so. Maybe 740. How that does in terms of our cruise speed. We want to churn through the air about 320 indicated. No, that's too low. It's kind of dropping down to 300. Let's hit it up to about 760. So at very high cruise altitudes, you're going to set your cruise power by the fuel flow. You're going to set it to about 600. And that'll put you right up at Mach 7.8, right up under the barber pole. But at these lower altitude cruises, you kind of can't do that. Kind of just have to, set it by the turbine temp and just kind of see how it plays out and compare that to what you're looking to do in terms of cruise speed. I think 320 is fine. Let's get it back up to about 780. I'm not sitting on accidental flap deployment or something, am I? Flaps are up. Alright, cabin air temperature seems to be behaving. Turn it down just a notch. I like it about 67, 68, but 72-ish is fine, I guess. Alright, don't forget, guys, we got our slant artwork adventure going. As we are taking our charter trip. Daly says, super fast startup coming in hot. So that's 4 of us then. 4 of us headed out there. Nice. But don't forget our slant artwork adventure. So we are taking a charter trip out to Barking Sands missile installation. So we got our charter group that we picked up at Maui. We're going to head them out to do some sort of a tour. We assume that some sort of scientists, I guess. I don't know. They maybe civilian, but they've got DoD clearance. We don't know. We don't care. We're not asking questions. We're going to drop them off and head back to our base. But since our furry co-pilots are going to go stop in the visitor center there, they are going through security. And so there's our furry co-pilots going through security. Say again, Jim is with us. This is what we started with, and going through security. And we got Finley in the bin, and Mozzie about to be searched. And then some sort of an accident has happened now, and there's nuclear chunks of stuff coming down. So that's our slant artwork adventure as it stands right now. If you want to get in on that action, you can go ahead and put in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. Caches in at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabets serial icon that represents those, and you got the button next to that that tells you how many you have. Click on that to cash in 500 points. That puts you in the queue, and then once I notice you're in the queue, we'll figure out how you would like to add to or modify that image. So that again is our slants artwork adventure. As we're taking our charter group out to Barking Sands. With traffic above us, I feel like this might be Rob Wagner. Either that or it's a missile that's beating us to the missile range.
It's finger licking good.
Good Fixins is here. Good morning to you. Alright, so we're hitting 320. So that's good. Temperature still showing 72. I'll dial it down a little bit. Alright, well, let's start briefing our arrival. We did say curb at 3,000. Now, this is an RNAV approach, so there's no radio frequencies to tune. We're going to get curb at 3,000. We are going to fly the reversal. The GPS, the Garmin 530, should manage that for us. Okay, and then it's going to be the reversal one time around. We're not going to do a loop. We're just going to do a curb, and then a teardrop entry, and then back to curb, and then we're just going to continue on. So there's no frequencies to tune. Missed approach is already there to Dickney. Missed approach is 3,000, so we're going to be right at that same hold altitude that we were at. Minimums. It's on the LNAV is going to be 460, which is 437 above ground level. Now, again, keep in mind, we're going to set that alerter to go off before that, and we're going to be over lower terrain as we come down. We're going to be over the ocean, and then all of a sudden the ground's going to come up. So in order for that alerter not to go off late, I'm going to buffer that by maybe 100, 150 just to make sure. All right, so 460 is the actual charted minimum. The alerter's going to go off at 5, maybe 600. Yeah, we'll set it at 6 there. So it'll go off plenty early. It's bare, and the problem is the alerter is a radio altimeter. The charted minimum is a barometric altitude. So that's why you know, and unless this is a category 2 where you have a radio altimeter altitude to set as a decision height, as long as you're setting a minimum based on barometric altitude, you know, you've got to kind of buffer it. So the alerter should go off early, but the minimums we're bound to are 460. I'm just going to say minimums 500 round figures. But again, I don't think visibility was going to be a question. I think the wind is going to be the question. 10 statute miles, few clouds at 5,000. We're going to be intercepting that hold at 3,000, so we should already be below those bases by the time we even start the approach. But it's the wind that is going to be a concern. Oh, this was at Maui. What's sparking sand? METAR. Oops, why are we all caps? Why am I screaming? METAR! PHBK! 180 at 12. Okay, so we don't have the gusting wind now, but we do still have a 12-knot wind, 180 on a 16 runway, so a very slight quartering right to left 12-knot wind. 299.8 is going to be the local. 299.8, so I'm going to set that in the standby altimeter here, just so when we start the descent, instead of having to go back and fumble through where I jotted it down and misplaced it in the plane, we'll just glance up there and go, oh yeah, that's right, it was 299.8, and then we'll just adjust this accordingly. Alright, Daily is up and running. Okay, it's a race. Uh-oh, Rob, did you have to drop, man? I don't see Rob Locker anymore. He might have had to drop off. He took his prize and he bolted. Rob was the one that we drew out of the fishbowl for the vintage Cross the Inside Passage trip. He was one of 7 who completed it successfully. I guess that didn't bode well for him today. Completed that, couldn't complete this. But anyway, Rob, if you're still lurking, man, congrats again. Great to hear you. Thanks for flying along with us for at least the first part. Congrats. You know how to hit me up on Discord. Let me know what you'd like, prize-wise. It looks like you might already have done that. So, cool deal, man. Congrats again. Deserving winner. And guys that have not been around the stream that long, Rob Valkyrie is really one of them. One of the guys who's been around since nearly the very beginning. And he's actually one of our stream moderators who I never need to use. Good Fixins being the other one. And it's almost sad that you guys don't have anything to do as moderators, but I guess it's because my chat behaves itself. So thank you guys for that. I'd rather not need the moderators. I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them. But anyway, again, couldn't have worked out better in terms of the drawing. But anyway, so we started looking at this. So we got the approach. Frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Legs were already checked and set in the FMC, so we're good there. It is 3,000 as a missed altitude on a straight to 550, then climbing right to 3,000 if we go missed. We do know that we are going to roll it. We're going to roll it as short as we can. We're hopefully not going to need to go all the way down to the turnaround pad at the end here. We're a small plane. So we'll land, we'll brake as aggressively as we can. We'll 180 and back taxi and get off here on Bravo. We're going to park right here at the control tower apron parking. So this first pad that we come to is where we are going to park when we get up there. Daly's saying, my preliminary calcs are saying I'm going to be landing that full length. You got 6,000 feet and you need all that 6,000 feet? Come on, man. If you were landing at Key West, you'd be in the water. Key West is only 5,000. Alright, so we got the taxi turned off. We talked about the wind being a slight right to left. It's just a 20-degree offset, 12-knot wind. So we should be fine there. The cloud bases are at 5,000. We're going to be intercepting the hold at 3,000. And yeah, so that should complete our takeoff briefing. And we're already punched into the unit as well, so we should be good here. Final approach course, I guess I'll set that in the set that on the arrow just so it makes sense when the time comes. Because that's the part we're going to be hand flying. So the arrow, you're really meant to adjust the arrow. And this is what some of the messages that come up at the bottom of the screen in white inverse video are trying to tell us to set our arrow so that it matches this figure here, what they call DTK, or desired track. So if you set the course to the desired track, then the HSI makes visual sense because it works just like it would work with a VOR gauge. It's still going to adjust to that needle, it's just the needle's not pointed up like you feel like it should be. So if you were trying to hand fly to that needle, it'd be funky because you'd have to kind of visually, spatially rotate it in your head rather than actually just steer to the needle like you would if it was pointed the correct direction. So I don't worry about that. I'm just going to set it to the approach because that's the part where I definitely will be hand flying and want that pointed the way it's supposed to be pointed. They don't land 738s in Key West. I don't know the answer to that, actually. I figured they do actually land like A320s, and I think they land 737s, but they might not be the 800s. You might be right about that, that they land the nothing larger than a 700 there, but I don't know that for sure. I mean, mostly what lands there, and I don't think even an A320 is that common there anymore. I think mostly what lands there now are like your ERJs and that sort of thing. Okay, so 700s and 19s. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, but mostly, I mean, I guess the bulk of what goes in there now are like your ERJs. Alright, so the next thing to do is grab our top of descent. We are going to aim to be at curb your enthusiasm at 3,000. So let's go here to our flight plan page and curb. We got 90 miles to curb. By the way, let's get ahead of the game in one more fashion here. Let's figure out what our common traffic advisory frequency is on parking stand. It might not be in here. This is a military facility. Oh, they did put it in at 26.2. So we'll get that dialed in and ready to go. 126.2. Alright. So we're at 22,000. We need to get to 3,000. That means we're going to be descending at 19,000. If we, for every 1,000 feet we have to descend, let's use 3.5 miles. I know some people will say 3. We got started really late on the descent on leg 1, and we still got down in time. So I used the 3.5, but then I botched that and gave myself a much shorter descent span and still got down okay. So 66.5 is our top of descent. So 66 miles prior to 66 miles prior to curb is when we want. And we're coming up on that, 11 more miles. CB is here. Says evening, or is it just me or just pilots not utilizing CTAF remaining on 22.8? CB, what I think the network is experiencing right now is it's something that has been adopted in some places in the world, but not others. So, it's a long-standing thing that 22.8 is the advisory frequency. So it's a very long-standing thing, and people have been slow to realize or understand that it's now changed. Secondly, there are folks that fly in other parts of the world that aren't used to the fact that when they fly in the U.S., now they have to manage different advisory frequencies. So yes, it's a problem. Not everyone's doing it. I mean, not everyone uses the advisory frequency regardless of what frequency it is. So it's not like overall compliance has dipped that severely. But I just think that people that aren't used to flying in the U.S., especially European flyers that fly in the U.S., like it's not the first thing they think of is, oh, that's right, there's different advisory frequencies there now. So yeah, I think it's a tough practice. Oh well, we got center coverage on all of a sudden. 26.5. Very cool. Okay. Well, I need to start this descent down, so I'm going to go ahead and start the descent, and then I will check in.
Good evening. Reach the transponders plus 1454. 1454. Big Romeo.
Oh, Valkyrie is. Oh, he's all of a sudden he's way behind me now, though. So I wonder if he had to pause and disconnect and then come back.
Bridge 38 Romeo, radar contact 22 miles southwest of the Honolulu VLR.
So we're going to descend to 3,000 once.
We're going to stop at 6,000. Okay, 3 Romeo, Roger, clear the mark stand, be at present position to join Victor 16, correct. Maintain 16,000. And I just put up a native departure stands information Bravo. Currently we expect the visual approach runway 16. Alright, Victor 1, departure stands. And we do have we have Bravo. We'll expect the visual 16. Great, Romeo.
RNAV, we're visual. Okay, yeah, so we're set up the right way. I'm coming. HCS Center, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's descending 200, headed down toward 3,000, information Bravo.
Okay, Learjet 4 and Delta Victor, reach the transponders about 1466 and ident.
1466, ident 514 Delta Victor. Okay, coming down through transition, we'll go to the local, 2998. Okay, I'm going to put a little throttle back in it.
Good evening, November 7615 Tango, flight level 331, flight level 340. Hi, Boeing 15 Tango, ATS Center, good afternoon. Reset transponders plus 2423 and ident.
So we want to be,
Boeing 15 Tango.
so 16 to 3 is,
Delta Victor, you are radar contact 18 miles southeast of the Oahu VLR. Thank you for Bravo. Continue descent from 3,000. You can expect the visual approach from 16.
I will continue down to 3,000, expecting a visual 165 and 4 Delta Victor. All right, so 13, so 12 to go, and we're at 45 miles. So 12,000, you figure you need 36 and 6, so 42 miles. So yeah, we're descending at a good rate to hit 3,000 by curb. But if we get a visual, then we're not going to need to go all the way out and do that reversal at
15 Tango, we'll descend out discussion at 6,000. Yes, we have Bravo, like 016, Boeing 15 Tango, thank you.
Okay, we're coming up on 10,000. I know we're a little early, but we'll be
Victor, depart the South Hawaii VOR, 260, vectors for the visual approach.
Okay, after South Kauai, heading 260, 514 Delta Victor. Okay.
Learjet 38, Romeo, this is pilot discretion, maintain.
That's set. Anyway, we've got up on 10,000, so we'll get landing lights on, recognition lights on. Temperature's holding steady, pressure is still good. We've got to get windscreen heat and seatbelt lights back on. And as we get closer to 10, let's grab the vertical speed, and then let's slam the throttles back and get the thing slowed down. So after South Kauai, 11 more miles, we go ahead and jam it to a 260, so we'll pop it into heading mode at that point. Honestly, we're slowing it to 250, but we're pretty close to the airport. We might even want to continue the speed, bring the speed down to about 210. We'll keep the 250. Whoops, whoops, whoops. That's supposed to be turning at 8 more miles. I'm trying to go back into speed mode. Trying to go back into speed mode, and I got excited and went into heading mode instead. So let's go out of the flight plan page. Make sure we're still going to the VOR. And we can add some throttle back in. We are still going down to 3,000, but we're not trying to go all the way out to curb now, so. So we're compromising on the speed. I wanted to go down to 210, and I'm like, we're still a little ways from the airport yet. I don't need to go that slow that soon. So yeah, kind of screwed up my navigation plan here, but we'll eyeball crossing over the VOR, and then we'll make sure we leave it on a 260. Okay, so we're kind of disregarding what we got in the GPS at this point. We've been given a vector. So when we get a little closer in, we'll redirect ourselves to probably Honolulu. Just to give some sort of guidance from the box. Oh, and let's do our landing performance, by the way. Go back. Performance landing. We'll sync the weight from the sim. Temperature there, 25. And field elevation there, 23. So ref is 29. Remember, I'm going to fly at 15 knots faster than that, so that's going to be 44. And then 150 is our final landing flaps. We're 5,000. We got 2 more to go. Windshield's nice and warm. We can turn that off. Okay, so our short final. We'll get our reversers and our continuous ignition. And other than that, we're pretty good. We'll just get flaps gear, reversers, continuous ignition. Might be a runway right here.
For Delta Victor, the field is at your 2 o'clock, moving to 3 o'clock and 8 miles, port in sight.
We do have it inside 5 for Delta Victor.
For Delta Victor, clear visual approach runway 16.
Not clear for the visual approach runway 16, 5 for Delta Victor. Alright friends, we're just going to turn ourselves on to a downwind. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Okay, we're basically on a high right downwind here. I mean, we're going to kind of cheat and use the GPS to give us a little additional guidance. Let's just tell it that we're direct to that point 12, even though we're not direct. No. Let's go flight plan. Target altitude at come to is 1,500. Okay, so there's the end of the runway there. Alrighty. We'll go ahead and get started.
Delta Victor, make sure to approach if able, otherwise you guys will be facing the back taxi. I'll have to check some of these guys out further away.
Yeah, I got you. We're going to turn it in now, 5 for Delta Victor. Alright, we're going to throw some spoilers in to get the speed down. As soon as we get below 200, we can get the first knot to flaps in and the gear out. Actually, we can get the second knot to flaps. We can go right to flaps 2 at 200, and then flaps 3 will come in at 150.
For Delta Victor, wind 180 at 12, runway 16, clear land.
They land 16, 514 Delta Victor. That's supposed to be 1,500 at Hupnu, and we are close to that. I gotta keep the predictions coming, guys. Okay, there's our final flap speed. Okay, and remember, we're gonna have to put the runway right kind of on the bottom of the glare shield. Alright, final landing checks. Landing flaps set and checked. Landing gears down in green. Let's get continuous ignition. Thrust reversers armed. And it's a visual, so we're not bound to the procedure. It's back taxi. We make it down successfully, and we'll just enter a visual pattern if we get missed. Landing checks are complete. Looks like a little bit of a displaced, so let's not put it at the beginning of the runway here. Okay, there's our minimums. Yeah, there's no way I could get down to the actual published landing speeds here. This plane would just sink like crazy. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Alright, but again, we're not really going to flare it. We're going to keep this attitude right down to the ground. Not bad. Did end up going the whole way.
Delta Victor, welcome to parking stands, back taxi runway 16, taxi parking via Alpha.
Alright, back taxi 16 and via Alpha 51 for Delta Victor, we're right there by the tower ramp, by the way.
Say the last one again.
We're parking at the tower ramp. I don't think we got sufficient clearance to go any further back than there.
Try and roger that. Yeah, I think the rest is Navy parking after that.
Roger. I don't think you knew I was joking. We'll get the flaps in. Normally you don't really start clean up until you're off the runway.
Just ready, Romeo, fly heading 360. 360, Richard 38, Romeo.
Get the flaps in just to make sure we don't accidentally go airborne again.
Legit 3, Romeo, in the turn, reduce speed to 210 knots or less. 210 knots in the turn, 3, Romeo.
Alpha is the one at the very, very end.
Closure 3, Romeo, I see you're turning north. Be advised there's some mountainous terrain there and 5,000-6,000 feet. So yeah, if you want to continue right 360, you want to be proceeding westbound south of the island.
Oh, I thought he said right to heading.
I was at 360 360.
I thought he,
Negative 260.
Oh, 260, right?
I heard 360 also.
360 westbound.
Yeah, I heard 260 also. I heard 360 also, Rob, so I don't know if that's what he said or if he just didn't enunciate it, but I heard what you heard, just for the record. All right, now that we're off the runway, we can get the recognition, landing lights off, taxi light will leave on, strobe lights can come off. So this time I will get the PTO and the stall warnings and the radio altimeter off. Let's get the weather radar off as well. And then we can disarm the reversers and shut off the continuous ignition. So I think I got
Romeo, the field's at your 12 o'clock and 3 miles.
all of the taxiing items this time.
Yep, we have it.
360? Yeah, I don't know.
Romeo, cleared visual approach.
I heard, I wasn't paying that close attention,
163 Romeo.
but I heard a heading of 360 also, so I don't know if that's what the controller said or if we just both misinterpreted what we heard that way. Okay, so taxi light can come off, parking brake can come on. So 2 for 2 landings that I'm pretty happy with. Let's go ahead and get the shutdown procedure in. All the switches down this time, yes I did. Cabin stayed nice and comfortable at 72, so we're good there. We can go ahead and get the cabin air off. Let's get the engine gen switches off. Throttles can go to cut off. Seatbelt signs can come off. The transponder mode and code. 2000 and standby. And the beacon light. Let's go ahead and get the GPU connected and the door open. We'll pop back to the aircraft page, flight performance, mass and balance. Let's empty the cargo, let's empty the seats, load the aircraft, unload, technically speaking, but yeah, done. And then let's go to, not the fuel page here, but let's go to the fuel page, the custom fuel page now for the Lear, and see how we did in terms of our fuel predictions. So, my predictions first, friends, and then we'll look at your predictions. And remember, we got airborne about 10 minutes early on this leg. So I had expected off block time to be 8:50. We were off ground at 8:50. So we were supposed to land at 9:50. We landed at 9:40. Well, that's 9:37. So consistent with 10-minute early departure, but then we shaved another 3 minutes off. Even 2,611 is what we're due to have in the tanks. We're pretty close to that. So 1250 and 1250 is 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 basically. So 3,100 pounds is what we've got. So I might need to adjust these consumption numbers up or down a little bit. Whoops, what did I say we have? 1250, so 25, 28, 30, 3,100 essentially. Yeah, so 489 extra pounds. I mean, really, that's good though. That's pretty close. That's not egregiously off. I calculate that we burn about 1,300 pounds an hour, and if it's 1,200 pounds an hour, you know, that'll get us a little closer maybe. Okay, well, we got one more leg left to go, and let's look at your predictions now in terms of the touchdown performance. Again, we registered a slight skim and skip, but I felt very good about... Yeah, right, better to be on my side of the calcs than the other. You'd rather have a little extra than not enough. I agree with you, but I think we can dial it in a little closer without jeopardizing ourselves. We did register one little skim and skip there. It was a 13-knot, more or less straight-on headwind, and 132 was the number. Again, for this plane, that's pretty good. However, I'm having to fly my approaches 15 knots above the booked VREF speed in order to achieve that. So I don't know. I don't know why, but it worked out well. 132. Say again, Jim came in with a 134, so that's only 2 away. What did the other guesses look like? Is that going to be the winner right there? Must be. Because we got 97, we got 120, we got 134, we got 154. So Say again, Jim picks up the win there. Congrats.
And advise when you're ready for pushback and taxi.
And we are at PHBK.
Clear Jet 3, Romeo, wind 180 at 12, runway 16, clear to land.
Runway 16, clear to land. Clear Jet 3, Romeo.
I heard my slant
number 2167 Alpha. You were stepped on.
Slant Alpha email just went off. So I think we must have just gotten our stamp for having arrived here. Actually, let's go ahead and check our Pilot Passport Challenge page. So we were here. We should have Maui and Barking Sands recorded now if I hit refresh. Oh, needs me to log in again. Alright, so now let's go. Yep, so we got Barking Sands and we got Maui recorded. So only 3 left on the big airports list. Small airports list, I don't have that many either. 3 on that one. And then the Guam one we haven't done, but we're actually going to just knock that out all in one night. There's 5 that are in pretty close proximity. We're going to take the Comanche down to Guam and Saipai and the Marianas Islands. And we're going to knock all 5 of those out in one night coming up later this month. There we go, from Say Again Jim. Thank you very kindly for the cheerbits, my friend. And am I looking in the wrong direction to watch for Rob's arrival here?
And Beechcraft 67 Alpha, squawk 1422. We are departing to the west, runway 26 for departure. Advise ready for taxi.
He's on final, purportedly. We'll watch the arrival and then we'll.
Actually, 2167 Alpha.
Oh, there he is, coming in right over top of us there.
You can expect to depart runway 8. It'll be much easier for you.
And at least he's looking somewhat like a business jet.
And Beechcraft 67 Alpha, runway 8, taxi via Lima, Charlie, cross runway 3.
Very good. Looked like it was stable. Might have been a little firm if it registered in your sim the way it appeared to us, but you know, if you're flying the Learjet like we are, then you have to land that firm.
Sands, back taxi via runway 6 and parking via Alpha.
Right, back taxi in runway 6 and taxi via Alpha.
So I'll tell you what, we'll leave the camera that way, so if any of our other friends arrive, we can kind of watch those. But I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit, guys. We've got a little liquid recycling to do, and then we just have our return leg back to our origin. So we got one more leg to do. 10:20 was the off-block time I had planned for. That's just over a half an hour from now. That we should be able to attain that and maybe even get a little early. But we'll take a quick intermission as I do a little liquid out, liquid in, and we'll be back with you for one more leg as we return to our charter operations base today. We're at Barking Sands. We're knocking out the airports in the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge here on the VATSIM network. We're in the FlySimWare Lear 35. Glad to have you all along for the ride, and have patience. We'll be back for some more flying in just a few.
Alpha, that's no problem. The clearance would have been VFR under below 7,500, so you'll be fine. United 555 Heavy. Pushback onto Zulu is approved. Face west. Expect runway 8 right. The Honolulu altimeter is 3002.
Need some pliers and a set of 30-weight ball bearings. What the hell you need ball bearings? It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Beechcraft 67 Alpha, did you say you're going around the north end of the island, or you're going to go over the center? Okay, roger that. Let me know when you're ready to go. And Beechcraft 67 Alpha, make right crosswind departure. Maintain VFR at or below 3,500. Wind 0506, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Alright, friends, back with you. Thanks for your patience. Melvin's just sitting here waiting for the limo. I don't think this is a limo kind of trip, sir. I think this is more of a Willie's Jeep kind of trip. Bringing some scientists out to do some sort of a tour of the Barking Sands missile defense installation. So you're in western Hawaii, and we're at the FlySimWare Lear 35 Alpha. And the reason we're here, the main reason we're here, is because we're knocking out the airports on the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. You go to the website vhcf.net, go into Passport Challenge under Pilots, and then you can enroll in all three of the lists. There's no reason not to. And then on each of the lists, as you visit each airport on VATSIM, it automatically stamps your visit. And as you knock out each one under achievements, it'll show you that you've completed. Now, when you go to Atlanta's, you'll see that I completed the airline captain one. Hey, calm down. Completed the airline captain one, which shows a nice little ribbon under here. But we're very close. We've got 3 more to visit on the Hawaii big airports list, which we're not going to get to tonight. We're going to return to John Rodgers Field, which is where our origin was. On the small airports list, we've got 3 more to go. And then on the Guam list, we're going to just knock out Guam, Saipai, and Marianas Islands, and they're all in a little cluster there. So we're going to knock that out in the 828 Comanche later on this month. So yeah, neat little place, neat little thing. And the idea in Atlanta's is the same way. Atlanta airspace and the Honolulu Control Facility airspace. Man, everybody on VATSIM just goes to that same one big airport over and over again. And this is a neat way, to stimulate some general aviation traffic on the network, because a lot of these places are too small for airliners to get into. But B, it's just stimulate traffic at these other locations. You know, there's all kinds of great places to visit other than the big international airports. And honestly, that's true for the entire U.S. You know, you go to the same 20 or 25 international airports all the time. Come on, expand your horizons. You don't have to even go globally if you're only comfortable flying in the U.S., because you're familiar with the terminology, procedures, and the charts. Well, that's all well and good, but still, there's lots and lots and lots. There's tens of thousands of airports just in the U.S. that you can visit. You don't have to limit yourself just to the same big 20, 25 over and over again. So, long hauler from Hawaii to Guam. I don't know. What is the distance there, Melvin? I don't know. I'm going to blank out my route because I'm going to put our third route in here anyway. But let's just say if we were going to PHNL to PGUM, 3,300 miles. Yeah, I don't know the Lear makes that in one hop. I don't think it does. We've got Wake Island here we could probably use. So if we make that a waypoint, and then it becomes a 2,000 mile trip and a 1,300 mile trip. I think that's probably doable. Yeah, CB Flyer says, I hate when everyone goes to Atlanta. Go to Birmingham. That's where our S2s and S3s do their training. And we have the same thing in ZDC. Everyone goes to DCA. Well, first of all, we've got 2 more Bravos right there. We got Dulles and Baltimore. Dulles gets a decent amount of traffic, not as much as DCA. Baltimore is very, very underrated on VATSIM. But then most of our training happens down the road at Raleigh, and you know that we staff that up often enough that we do get a decent amount of traffic in and out of Raleigh, but it never touches in any way, shape, or form the traffic of DCA, and I get it. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our third and final flight plan filed on the network, and then we'll show you what it looks like here. So we're going to flight plan. Oh, my voice got real scratchy all of a sudden. I got kind of halfway swallowed wrong while I was doing my liquid recycling. I did the liquid recycling in the wrong holes. Well, hopefully we'll shake that out now. Number 514, Delta Victor. We're IFR. We're an LJ35. We're medium. We're an SBDFG-RWY. I think I did that by memory. Did I get it right? SBDF-GRWY. Yes, I did. Very good. We're at PHBK. Off block time, we had said 0320. We might get up even sooner than that. We're just going to go 11,000 feet to this one at 320 knots. Our arrival is John Rodgers. Alternate will be Molokai. En route time, this is going to be a short one, 21-minute flight with 2:23 left in the tanks. Route details, it's just going to be the keep Ka 6 to South Kauai and then Keola. Right? Is that it? I felt like there was supposed to be an airway in there as well. Hold on. Before I file that. PHBK, that PHJR. Okay, so it's supposed to be South Kauai, Victor 16, Keola. And what was the name of that departure? I mean, I feel like that's probably just automatically assigned. It's just an RNAV departure that gets you out to South Kauai VOR, so I assume it's just automatically assigned. KEK AH6. To South Kauai, and then what did I say it was? Victor 16? Yeah, Victor 16 Keola. Okay, PBN is a B2, C2, D2, S2. Performance is Charlie. We are twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. And there we go. So we'll give him a moment to chew on that. CB says, I wasn't aware Raleigh was your training ground. I'll try to fly there more often when I see it staffed. Yeah, it's where... I like working approach there because you almost always have a good slew of...
okay, got that.
Of S1s and S2s willing to staff ground and tower there. So take some of the more burdensome work off of you and puts it onto them while they're learning how to do it. So yeah, very cool. I don't go to DCA during events as CB, but I will fly out at the very beginning. Single runway ops on VATSIM is rough. Yeah, and you know, especially a very popular airport like that, everyone, especially when we're landing south, everyone wants to fly that river visual. And why not? It's a really fun approach. But it does get us overwhelmed. The river visual is where we have more problems because A, it's tougher and we have more people going around, but B, we can't space them as closely on that, so it's a self-compounding problem. But I get why everyone wants to do it. It is a lot of fun. All right, anyway, let's get back to our flow list.
Sands IFR to Kaloa Loa.
Let us hop back in.
Legit. 3-8 Romeo, stand by your clearance on requester number 2.
So we don't have to do mass and balance because we're not loading anybody. Let's go back to the Lear options. We're good. Let's go ahead and update our ATIS information. Oh, he's taken down the ATIS maybe. But we can do a METAR there at least. METAR PHBK.
1065 Hotel 1. Advised, ready to copy your clearance.
18012 29908 is the altimeter now. I think that. Yeah, that is what we have it set at already. Field elevations.
International Airport.
Reading.
Beach for departure. Radar vectors.
Correct.
Beach for departure. Lanai transition that is filed. Climb and maintain.
Okay, so we're good there.
Expect flight level 320 in 10 minutes. Departure frequency is 126.5. Squawk 3221.
Okay, field elevation 23, so we're good. Let's go ahead and grab our clearance. And I'm going to do that up here because this unit was malfunctioning earlier. But we'll go flight plan, menu, and delete flight plan. Yes. Okay, good. And
165 Hotel 1, your readback is correct. Expect runway.
Yeah, we can't hear that aircraft reading back, but we know he must be. So I was kind of waiting for that to happen. So while we're waiting for that to happen, we'll go ahead and start entering it as though we're clear as filed, and then if we have to change our route, we will. What's the name of this departure? It is the Kekaha 6.
Learjet November 38 Romeo, you're cleared to John Rodgers Airport via radar vector ZCAP, then as filed, climb and maintain 13,000. Departure frequency 126.5, squawk 2566.
Okay, clear to John Rodgers, CCAP, then is filed. Departure frequency 126.5. Walk.
M. Eldon Stream? Oh, wait, is that Melvin Leroy? I'm not sure who you mean by that. If that's Melvin, then yeah, his stream schedule's been a little less consistent lately. He's got a new work situation. He's not always able to maintain a consistent schedule like usual. Select departure. Yeah, the Kekaha 6 enter. Alpha 16 enter. We'll go ahead and load that. I was just about to key up. Someone else did.
Alpha, go ahead.
Okay. So after South Kauai, then it's
maintain VFR at or below 7,500.
Victor 16. So it's a straight shot down to Keola. So I'm just going to enter Keola, Keola. I send a Learjet 514 out to Victor's on the ground at Barking Sands, IFR 2, John Rodgers.
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, stand by your clearance and request. You're number 1.
Okay, so we'll clear that and enter. So now we are Keola, Keola.
And Learjet 4 Delta Victor, I have your clearance device ready, copy.
Ready to copy, 514 Delta Victor.
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, you're cleared to John Rodgers via the Kekaha 6 departure, RNAV departure, and South Kauai transition, climb and maintain 11,000, squawk 2123.
Alright, cleared to John Rodgers, Kekaha 6, South Kauai transition, maintain 11,000 and 2123, 514 Delta Victor.
I just wanted to say caca when I see that word, but Roger, your readback is correct. You can expect runway 16 for departure, advise ready taxi.
We were saying nippily out of Maui earlier, so it's okay. Call ready to taxi, expect 165 for Delta Victor.
Yeah, we've got some interesting named fixes, fields, and all sorts of stuff out here.
And I'm terrible at pronouncing all of them. Alright, 2123. Mustafa missed last week. Yeah, man, it's a second. It happens, man. It happens. All of us do have lives. None of us, well, I won't say none of us. Very few of us do this for a living. So, even those of us who do this for a living are entitled to a day off once in a while. Anyway, where were we? So, yeah, the flight plan to Keola, and then after Keola, it is the destination.
United 555 heavy, fly heading 180. Wind
Get the airport diagram up.
150 at 7, runway 8.
And so earlier it was favorable to runway 11 there. Let's see if it still is. Maybe we'll get just a kind of a heads up as to, yeah, 1305. So we expect runway 11, and don't really have a approach from 11, do we? So maybe we'll expect the RNAV to runway 4 right. So we got, and that comes off of this point Keola, so that's perfect. So RNAV 4 right, we'll expect that off of Keola. We might get a visual to 11. I mean, who knows? It's pretty favorable conditions there tonight, it seems. But we'll program in the RNAV to 4 right off of Keola as our best guess for now. So that means we got to put in destination PHJR-PHOG-PHBK-PHJR. FlySimWare
38 Romeo, runway 16, taxi via Alpha, line up and wait.
We'll do the RNAV 4 right with the circle. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Sim Caesar is here.
Yes, he did, sir. Hello.
Yeah, we can definitely do that if that's what he wants us to do. We got air traffic control out here, so that's kind of a beautiful thing. We'll kind of take their lead on what they want us to perform for them this evening. So there's PHJR, and let's go ahead to procedures, and we'll select our approach again. This is just our best guess for now. Things may change, but we'll enter it in as the RNAV4 right off of Keola as our plan, and then let's just double check that everything here lines up. We got runway 16, 1500 straight, and then south Kauai VOR, then we're down to Keola, and then Gecko, Simpson, High Cag, and then runway 4 right, and then out to Gecko on the hold if we end up going missed. 3,000 feet, and yeah, back out to
Beechcraft 167.
Back out to Gecko. Okay, so while that's looking correct, let's just make sure we're off of 16. So we'll go straight to 1500 and then left turn out to South Kauai as our departure.
Learjet 38 Romeo, altimeter 3000, wind 190 at 8. Fly runway heading, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Sounds like the barometric pressure has changed.
6, runway heading, clear for takeoff.
To run to 30.00, so we get that set 3 times here. Alright, so we got the nav equipment, autopilot route set up. We are making an initial of well, he didn't give us an initial. He told us just to clear. He cleared us basically straight up to 11,000, so that's what we'll set in there. We'll arm altitude mode. It is
555 heavy altitude checks, climb and maintain 16,000.
An initial heading of 1660 off the runway, so we'll get the bug set to that for now, but we are going to start in LNAV mode with that departure programmed and sequenced and armed. Yeah, to 1,500 feet and then to the VOR. So we are going to go ahead and start it in nav mode.
555 heavy, so you're turning westbound. Your instruction was depart heading 180.
Transponder code, yeah, we got that all done. Parking brake is confirmed. We can go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on, even though there's nobody on board. We don't need to pull the chocks. We can go ahead and get the GPU disconnected and the door closed.
Southbound, that'd be great. I want to keep you clear of terrain.
Cabin temperature, yeah, we're going to rotate that down. Hopefully it'll cool off a little bit once we get powered up. Pressurization is just going to remain at sea level since we're only going to 11,000 feet. Let's get some takeoff numbers. We will sync all of this from the sim and calculate our takeoff. So 960 is going to be our N1. 112 is our V1 speed. That's our abort speed. So if any safety critical items happen to us prior to reaching 112, we abort the takeoff. We exceed 112, we continue on up to 125, and then we rotate and we take our problems airborne with us. So that is there. If we have one functioning engine at that point, we will pitch to maintain 3 knots above that, 128. That's our VR, our takeoff safety speed, V2 rather, takeoff safety speed. Under normal circumstances, though, we'll pitch to 158, which is up there, and then we'll take that up to 1,000 feet, retract the flaps, and proceed on our merry way.
Emirates 205 Heavy, copy your setting up full voice.
Go ahead and get the
voice at this time.
Beacon lights. We don't need to push back from our present position. We'll go ahead and fire up the number 2. So we'll wait for 13%. Alright, got the fuel in. Don't forget, by the way, guys, our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure. If you're new to the stream or haven't been here in a while, it's a prompt that I feed into ChatGPT to have it create an image that is roughly reminiscent of what we are performing for you that evening. And since we are here dropping off a charter group to explore the Barking Sands missile range, we have our furry co-pilots going through security, and then all of a sudden some sort of an accident happens. We got nuclear stuff strewn all over everywhere. So there we are. That's our slant artwork adventure. If you want to get in on that action, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the alphabet serial icon that represents those Twitch channel points. And the button next to that tells you how many you have. You can cash in 500, and then once you get in the queue and I call your name, then you can let me know how you would like to add to that image or modify that image. Again, you know, a couple words or a sentence. Don't give me a paragraph, but let me know just what you'd like to do, other than what we've already got going on there.
You look like you got a straight desk.
Okay, so we got the
Continue climb for 16,000
cabin air on. Let's cool it off a little bit.
Ready on course to resume the keel departure.
We'll do our control surface check. Obviously, we're not really checking the yoke movement, but we're checking the yoke movement and the pedal movement. And we got the nose wheel steering already engaged. We'll go ahead and get flaps set for departure. And then let's get the trim right at the beginning of the range, just to the very first click that turns the light off. Come on, there we go. One more, okay, there we go. Okay, so trim sets, flap sets, steering sets, and we are ready to go. Alright, brake is off. Center Learjet 514 Delta Victor at Barking Sands. We're ready to taxi.
Learjet 514 Delta Victor, runway 16, taxi via Alpha, altimeter 3000.
Alright, 3000, 16 via Alpha, 514 Delta Victor. Alright. Nope. Actually, nope. We gotta arm the reversers and then test those. Okay, very good. A little bit of a bug that they would deploy anyway, but who's counting? And then we'll do a spoiler check. Okay, spoiler deploys as well. And stow that. Weather radar is on and tested. Taxi light on. And there we are. Okay, taxi light off now that we're short of the runway.
Alright, United 555 Heavy, fly heading 280.
So with all kinds of lights, and then we got the radio altimeter, we got pitot heat, we got stall warnings, we got reversers to arm, and we got continuous ignition to get engaged. So lots and lots of stuff to switch on at the whole short.
And United 555 Heavy, that's heading now 290 to kilo.
Straight to 1500, and then left to the VOR. Center Lear 4 Delta Victor, short of 16 Barking Sands. We're ready.
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, wind 190 at 8. RNAV to South Kauai, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
RNAV South Kauai and clear for takeoff 16, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so all kinds of switches come on. And then we'll get the yaw damper. One more.
Make straight in runway 35. Call me 5 mile final.
Get the yaw damper on as soon as we get airborne. And we'll get the reversers and continuous ignition off. We'll get the yaw damper on around the same time.
Hey, United 555, I'll make it a little easier. You're clear direct puppy.
Okay, 96.0. Ready? All warnings off. Okay, 96 up, overshot power just a little bit.
Runway 4 right, taxi via Charlie.
Close enough. Okay, there's V1 and rotate. Pitch to the flap retraction speed.
Jet 38 Romeo, John Rodgers, information Bravo's current. You can expect the visual approach runway 4 right. If you have a approach request, let me know.
Okay, 800.
Well, we have, let's see.
Okay, 1500,
We
then
have
start the
Bravo
turn.
and, John Rodgers, then 4 right sounds good. Jet 3 Romeo.
And then we'll pitch down a little bit just to accelerate to 250. We got gear up, flaps up. Yaw damper engaged, reversers, and
Pilot discretion, maintain 4,000.
Send pilot discretion 4,000. Jet 3
reversers
Romeo.
off, and continuous ignition off. Okay, there's 250. Let's intercept speed. That's an Lear 514 Delta Vickers through 5,000 going to 11,000.
Jet 4 Delta Victor radar contact, climb maintain 11,000 and zoom on navigation.
Alright, on navigation up to 11,000, 514 Delta Vickers. Okay. I think I got all the post-takeoff stuff done. Yaw damper did get engaged, I believe. Yes, it did. Nice that I have that on the switch now. And we are direct to the VOR. So yeah, 1500 and then turn direct. So that was done. We're done with the airport diagram.
Alpha wind 1507.
So yeah, pretty much Kiola and then the approach.
Downwind.
That's it. We're assuming that's the approach we're going to get. We don't know that. Okay, we're coming up on 10,000. Ordinarily, I'd repitch for 270, but we're almost at our cruise altitude. We'll get the seatbelt signs off. Forward-facing lights all come off. Plane's going to level out at 11. I'm going to let it come up to 320 knots. And then I'm going to pull the power down to about 760 or so on the turbine temps. Okay, 68 degrees. I'm going to go ahead and turn the cooling fan off. Leave the knob, basically there in like the 10 o'clock position. See what happens there. Pressurization's looking good. Differential pressure well within normal limits. And stabilizing at about 320. Seatbelt signs already did come off. Okie doke. Let's go ahead and start briefing our arrival. It is that short a flight. It's RNAV. We don't know that for certain this is what we're getting, but we're going to program it and brief it. RNAV, there's no frequency in course to set for the approach. There's no frequency in course to set for the missed approach. If we do go missed, it is right turn to 3,000s. And there's no intermediate, so it's just bang the right turn out to 3,000. If we make it down successfully, it's a left-hand turn off the runway. We're parking up between these two hangars. Our speed, yeah, speed's kind of surging up. Let me pull just a little bit more power out of it here. Maybe down to about 720. Oh, Strudel says, I just applied for a few ramp jobs at BWI. Maybe you'll hear back. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that'll be fun, man. I wish, as a younger man, when I made a few decisions in my life that kind of sidetracked me, I feel like. Although, in retrospect, I also do think I wound up where I was meant to be. So I'm not going to knock it too much, but I do wish, like, even when aviation directly wasn't going to pan out for me, there were still some aviation-adjacent choices I could have made, and it would have been interesting to take that tack. Again, I wound up in a good place. I'm not at all disappointed, but I could have done a few things differently, and Would have been interesting to see how that panned out. But I'm not complaining. I think I got the nudges that I needed to get. I took a convoluted path to get where I am, but...
5 Heavy, HCF Center, good evening, welcome aboard. Reset transponder spot 1377 and identity.
Got no right to complain whatsoever, that's for sure. We got the John Rodgers A just up and running. Let's see what they're advertising in terms of approaches. 1305, 3003. Landing at departing 4 right. On average visual. Okay, so feeling like that's a good bet what we've got dialed in. We're going to be at 3003. Go ahead and set that times 3 here.
Intersection. Honolulu information Bravo is current. We are landing east. You can descend pilot discretion. Descend via the 93. Cross Bambo at maintain 1010,000.
Okay, and then, so we'll let them know we got information in Bravo at John Rodgers. Looking very much like we'll get that runway 4 right.
465 Heavy, address Bambo through.
Minimums on that, by the way, are 460. Again, there's probably a difference between the elevation over the water at the missed approach point and the elevation at the runway threshold, so I'm going to buffer that 460 on the radio altimeter. This is a Category 1, so we're down by the barometric minimum, and I'm setting an alert on the radio altimeter to make sure that it goes off before minimum, so I'm going to buffer that by 150 or so. So it says 443 there. I'm going to set it to 600. Might be under where it's set. That's what we set it at for the previous one as well. Yeah, 600 looks good to me. So we'll know that 500 is a round figure representative of what we're bound to in terms of minimums. And then we'll do the approach performance calculation here as well. Elevation there is 32, and temperature there is 25. Okay, let's go back. Let's go performance landing. Sync the weight from the sim. 32. And temperature is indeed 25. Let's go ahead and calculate. Alright, so VREF is 123, but remember, I'm not comfortable at VREF in this plane. I'm comfortable 15 knots above it. So VREF is 123. I'm setting the second bug to 138, and that's what I'm actually going to fly on the way down. 150 is landing flap speed, so then we'll set a bug there as well. Bed Dave is here late, but got here. Very cool. Got one more landing to go there, Bed Dave, as we return to John Rodgers for the Deadhead home leg. We dropped our group off at Barking Sands. By the way, our furry co-pilots were checking into security there to go into the Barking Sands Missile Range visitor center, and then some sort of an accident happened. So if you want to add something to that slant artwork adventure or modify something about that, 320 knots, 5 and 4 up.
4 Delta Victor, reduce speed to about 230 knots. Descend to maintain 4,000, expect runway 4 right. John Rodgers, information Bravo is correct.
Okay, we got Bravo on board. 230 on the speed down to 4,000, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Okay, we'll arm the altitude, and then when the speed comes down to about 230, we'll go ahead and capture that and plan a pitch down to maintain it.
We'll be taxiing on Zulu behind you, setting to hold the gate for 1 minute, and I'll get you back on Zulu for 8 left until the clears behind you.
Yeah, no worries, we'll hold position.
Number 205 Super, runway 8 right, taxi via Zulu Alpha Juliet, cross 8 left.
Okay, don't need the windscreen heat, I don't think. Pressurization's good, temperature's good. I'm going to bump the knob down just a little bit. and add just a touch of throttle back in. We don't need to be plummeting to the earth at 3,000 feet a minute. Since we're down through 10 now, we'll go ahead and get forward-facing lights on.
2,100. Bridge 3 Romeo.
We said this approach was 3. Okay.
Beechcraft 67 Alpha, welcome to the beautiful Kona, taxi to Pacific Alpha. This is Jet 4 Bravo Alpha, wind 1507, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Okay, and then let's review the, so 130 at 5, and we're landing on runway 4. So we got a 5-knot, basically bang on crosswind from the right. So we're going to have to correct over to the right. It's only 5 knots, but it is a 90-degree crosswind, so we have to be attentive to that. And then it's a left-hand turnoff, and we do have a 4 left we have to be careful of. So when we vacate to the left, man, we're going to have to be extra sure that we're not immediately crossing the 4 left. We're likely going to roll it all the way out to the end here, and then taxi back Bravo, but we just have to make sure we don't cross that left side runway until we're instructed to. Final approach course on that, by the way, is 044, so we can at least make the arrow make sense for us.
Challenger 65, locale 1, clear direct Lanai, final take flight level 320.
Still coming down a little quick. So, add a touch of throttle back in to slow the descent. Heisenberg is with us as well.
Jet 38 Romeo, stand by. That calculation is wrong.
I can go direct to Simpson, Jet 3 Romeo.
And 3 Romeo, I don't have that waypoint enabled at the moment, but the field is at your 11 o'clock in, looks like 17 miles. What's the field say?
I'll let you know when I see it. Jet 3 Romeo.
Okay, arriving at 4,000. I probably got down way quicker than I needed to there.
Reduce speed 210 nautical space, and just going to maintain 2,000.
Okay, down to 2,000 and 210 on the speed, 5 on full observation.
Jet 3 Romeo, I've got Simpson on my radio map now. You're clear direct Simpson, and report the field site.
Alright, direct Simpson, Howard Field, Jet 3 Romeo.
This is Jet 4 Bravo, welcome back to Honolulu.
Okay, get the speed back up to 210. A little bit of a burst in power to get the speed back to 210, and then we'll capture that speed and let the plane pitch to maintain it. All right. Pull a little bit of more throttle out, and that'll let the plane start coming down.
So 465, no problem, report back. English is great, Romeo. I can also clear you for the RNAV 4-rate approach from Simpson.
Yeah, that'll be good. Jet 3 Romeo.
Okay, Jet 38 Romeo cross Simpson, at about 2,000. No procedure turn, cleared RNAV approach runway 4-right.
Hey, at Simpson 2,000 or above, no holding, cleared the RNAV 4-right. Jet 3 Romeo.
Yeah, and that's so. And the other phraseology that works there is cleared straight in, runway 4 right. And the reason they have to specify that is because there is a depicted hold there. If you come in off of this leg like gecko, then the chart says no procedure turn. Whoops. But if you come in from some random direction to Simpson, the controller needs to tell you whether or not to do that procedure turn. The general rule is if you're intercepting it at shallower than a 90-degree turn, you don't have to do it. If you're intercepting at 90 degrees or steeper, you do have to do it. But technically, if it's on the chart, the controller does have to tell you to ignore the procedure turn if it's depicted.
Jet 4, Delta Victor, fly heading 100. Would you like the visual or the RNAV approach?
Whichever's easiest for you is fine. 514 Delta Victor, heading 100 in the meantime.
You know what, Jet 4, Delta Victor, maintain present heading direct gecko. I'll clear you for the RNAV approach from gecko.
Okay, we'll go back to the previous heading and then direct gecko, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so let's just rejoin nav mode.
Jet 3, Romeo, wind calm, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Runway 4 right, clear to land. Jet 3, Romeo.
Jet 4, Delta Victor, you're 9 miles from gecko, cross gecko at or above 2,500, cleared RNAV approach, RNAV GPS runway 4 right.
Alright, gecko at or about 2,500 and clear for the RNAV runway 4 right approach, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so he originally gave me down to 2,000. Now he says gecko at or about 2,500. So we will
Emirates 205 Superfly heading 155.
maintain that 25 until told.
160.
Or until after gecko, rather. And also, we're still on a 210 knot speed restriction. So as we leveled out at 25 to intercept gecko, I've had to add some throttle back in to maintain the 210. Now, tricky, once you're cleared for the approach, speed is then your discretion. However, when were we cleared for the approach? After gecko. Cross gecko at or about 2,500. After gecko, cleared RNAV runway 4 right approach. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in from Wild River Bush League. Hey, man, we love that username. We do quite a bit of bush style flying on this channel as well. So welcome, guys. Doing something a little bit vintage, a little bit modern. We got the Lear 35 Alpha, a vintage modern jet. FlySimWare, fantastic product from FlySimWare. Love this Vision jet. We got to land it a little funny. We come in 15 knots hot on purpose, and it wants to sink. So we come in 15 knots hot just so we can keep the nose down enough to see the runway, and then we kind of don't flare it. We let the ground effect flare it for us, and we're going to put that on display in here in just a moment. But yeah, you guys stick around, and we're going to start collecting. Actually, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat right now as far as the descent rate upon touchdown. This is no bot command necessary, plus or minus sign. Minus sign or no minus sign will know the immediate descent rate in terms of feet per minute either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which we draw toward the end of every single month here on the channel. Alright, are we after gecko? So what we were saying was, in the U.S., once you're cleared for the approach, speed is your discretion. However, he said cross gecko at or above 2,500. We had a speed restriction at 210. And then he said cross gecko at or above 2,500 after gecko cleared for the RNAV runway 4 right approach. So it's not until after gecko that the speed is really our discretion. We had 210 knots to maintain until cleared for the approach, and now we are on the approach, the RNAV runway 4 right approach. I don't quite see exactly where our runway is. It's somewhere down here.
Digit 4, Delta Victor, wind calm, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Good land 4 right, 514 Delta Vic. Okay. Good, we got our landing clearance.
Romeo,
So the only thing we got to do now is get reversers armed and continuous ignition on.
Bravo 4,
And then we will,
Jet 3 Romeo. DTC.
Yep, thanks for your traffic.
so Hickag at 1500. And Hickag is about a 5-mile final. So we'll maintain about 180 to Hickag. We've got some vertical guidance from the gadget. This is not an ILS, it's an RNAV approach. So the gadget's providing us lateral and vertical guidance. Oh, okay, there's our runway there. Yep, and this is the point where we're going to keep the speed up a touch just so we can keep the nose down and see the runway. But below 200, we'll get the first notch of flaps in. I am taking manual control, heaven help us. Okay, capturing the glide path. Gear coming out.
Emirates 205 Super.
We can go to flaps 2 anytime we want now. It's a right turn to 3000 if we go missed.
16,000.
So I got the 3000 set. Okay, we can get the second notch of flaps in. We're a little above the glide path, so I'm going to pull the throttles all the way out to idle. Let's go ahead and get reversers armed, continuous ignition. And we got one more notch of flaps to go. Gears down in green. We are not yet at landing flaps. We do have our landing clearance. It is a right-hand turn to 3000 if we make it off. If we go missed. Left-hand turn off probably at the end if we make it down successfully. Landing checks are complete. We just need to get to landing flaps here. Alright, I'm going to let it sink so that we can pull the nose up and get back on glide slope that way. That will allow us to get the speed down. And we're still well above that final flap speed, so nose coming up. Final flap speed coming out, and then we'll get back on the glide. Okay. Gears down to green, landing flaps set and checked. Landing checks are complete.
Emirates 205 Super, flight heading 08.
And remember, we're not going to really flare it. We're going to let the ground effect flare it for us. As we get over the runway threshold, we are going to have to nose up and point our nose at the far end, but we're not really going to flare. We're going to let the airplane just ground effect into the runway.
May 1169, fly heading 155, runway 8 left, clear for takeoff.
Fly heading 145, clear for takeoff 8 left, United 1169.
A little bit of a dip on the left wing there. It came down somewhat firm, but definitely not as bad as we had been doing in this jet's prior. Probably could have made that turnoff if we'd broken aggressively, but we'll get the spoilers canceled, reversers canceled, and we'll roll into the end here. I'm a little sloppy in the landing on this plane, but this plane lands sloppy. It's not a finesse plane. Alright, now let's make sure when we turn off we hold short of the parallel.
Emirates 205 Super, you're cleared direct onto. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
Direct to Auntie and...
Okay, we don't really have a lot of room to hold here. We got to go past that first line to make sure we're clear of the first runway, and then we got to stay short of the second runway.
Climb 2142, fly heading 270, join vector 22, direct Ocala. Climb maintain 16,000.
Alright, flap stowed. Recognition strobe. Landing lights off, taxi lights will stay on. Continuous ignition, reverse is disarmed. We'll get the pitot, stall warnings, and radio altimeter off, and weather radar off.
Challenger 65 Hotel 1, you're clear direct Choco.
So, cross 4 left, and then Bravo 4 to the ramp. Fort Alta Victor's at John Rodgers, short of 4 left. All the switches
Fort
down.
Delta Victor, welcome to John Rodgers Field. Cross runway 22 right at Bravo 1. Taxi to parking via Bravo.
Cross 22 right at Bravo 1 and Bravo to the ramp, 5 and Fort Alta Victor. So minor style point there, since the operating direction is the 4s. You pretty much want to refer to that as a runway 4 left rather than a 22 right. Just for situational awareness. Best practice, I don't know if it's codified anywhere, but a best practice certainly is to refer to the runway in the direction it's being used. That way if someone's cleared for 4 left, and then they hear somebody giving a cross 4 left, they know to let their ears perk up for that. Whereas if they're cleared 4 left and then they hear somebody get a cross 22 right, it might not. They're busy in the cockpit doing landing checks. It might not immediately spark in their head that somebody just got cleared across their arrival runway. So yeah, you typically want to refer to it in the direction it's being used, but minor stylistic point there. Alright, we're going past the tower and then right. And then as we enter the ramp, we'll get the taxi lights off.
Okay, 2142, sorry to hear that. Radar service terminated, and have a good evening. Exactly. We all have those days. Have a good night.
Alright, well thanks again kindly for the raid from Wild River Bush League. Hope that you guys got a chance to get some guesses in. Looks like many of you did.
Looks like you missed the turn to 155. Your radar contact, the altitude passing.
Alright, so we'll...
5,000, turning 155 now, United
99, 1159, too late. As long as you didn't hit the mountain, you're good. Maintain present heading, maintain 16,000.
Maintain present heading, climb 16,000, United 60.
And just for future reference, the reason we turn you south is partially for noise, because all the rich people on the beach don't like planes flying over their heads, but also because you're a little bit south of a mountain that's about 6,000 feet. But looks like you made it through.
Yeah, appreciate that, United 60.
The noise of hitting a mountain is pretty atrocious as well.
That's very true.
And 1169, you're clear direct ever, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Clear direct ever, climb maintain 370, United 60.
Well, you would have more likely had an F-35 off your right wing, but it's only got technical head V1. If you'd done that in real life.
Oh man, oh man.
It's all good. Took me some getting used to when I started here.
Taxi lights off, parking brakes on. Let's go ahead and get this plane shut down, shall we? The cabin air, temp drifted up to about 74. We can go ahead and shut the cabin air off.
Can we request flight level 330?
Engine gens.
1169.
Cut off.
Requested climb maintain flight level 330.
Seatbelts.
We can
Oops,
talk to you
seatbelts.
later.
Yeah, Seatbelt signs off there.
Climate change 333.
Transponder mode. Yeah, no, CB. We'll let them own that legacy, right? 2000, and then we'll just go ahead and shut that off since we're about to shut down. Beacon light can come off as well. Let's go to the utilities page. Let's get the GPU connected and the door open. Let's go back to so we don't need to go to mass imbalance, so we don't have anybody on board to unload. Since this was the deadhead leg back to the base of operation. And so let's go back over to the fuel page and let's see how I did with my predictions. So all night we've been a little bit ahead of schedule, and I've been a little bit more fuel efficient than anticipated. So I have a feeling I got to reduce the fuel consumption average in this plane down by about 100 pounds an hour. So let's see how we shook out. We were expecting to end at 11 p.m. We know we got started a few minutes early, probably about 10 minutes early, and we landed about 15 minutes early. And so we were expecting to land with 1,900 pounds, but you can see we were extra here, we were extra here. So I probably just need to reduce the consumption numbers that I used to calculate, and then our starting fuel load would have been lower, and we'd have been a little closer in. But let's see, we were at 1918. Oh my gosh, yeah, we got, so this is 12 and 12, so that's 2,500, and almost, this is all 2,600 almost. So yeah, we had 322 extra the first leg, that ballooned to 489 extra the second leg, and 682 extra the final leg. So yeah, I'm going to definitely bump those numbers down, and maybe we'll see if they get a little closer next time. Yeah, matter of fact, making that change my starting fuel load to 4,200 rather than 4,500, and if I had done that, you know, instead of being 483 ahead, we would have been 183 ahead. So I'm going to leave that change, and we'll see how that shakes out for us on future Learjet flights. All right, well, that sums up my predictions. Let's look at yours. So again, this plane lands a little firm. It is difficult to finesse it onto the runway. It is intended to be landed like a fighter jet. I don't think I did terribly bad. It did register, though, as 204. It has been registering little skims and skips all night. These were not de facto bounces all night, just a little bit of a skim and skip as we touched down, especially on a slightly uneven runway surface. Yeah, we did so the fuel page isn't new, but that little modification that gives us the shortcut to the starting fuel load was new. Now this, I don't know if you're talking about this fuel page here, is definitely new in the Lear, if that's what you're referring to. But 204 is the number that registered. Let's see how you guys did with that. We had guesses come in of 125, 135, 143, 130, 200 from Eisenberg. Yeah, that's going to be almost dead on there.
Alright, center's back on frequency.
So Heisenberg gets the win.
And Delta 46
Oh, on the EFB, yeah. That's definitely new. And the cool thing, Melvin, and I'll show you this. If you were going to call for fuel, check this dude out.
Alright, Delta 465, you can expect ILS 8 left from UCA. Okay, 8 left from UCA. We can also do a visual.
And the Lear fuels only from the tips, and then the tips gravity feed into the wings. So this is appropriately showing that the fuel truck is here, nozzle on that end, nozzle on that end. So yeah, kind of a really enhanced visual of the fueling process. Yeah, Melvin's, yeah, so if I can't win, I'm going to bed. Great remainder of the flight now. We're about to wrap up, Melvin, so we'll go ahead and end the fuel service there. So that was just for the visual purpose there. But yeah, really neat fuel system in the enhanced 2024 version of the FlySimWare Lear. Heisenberg gets the win. And where are we? We're PHJR, John Rodgers. And I always remember the name of this airport because here in town where I work, we have an amusement park, a very big amusement park in town called Jolly Rogers Amusement Park. Of course, pirate-themed. But I feel like John Rodgers was very pirate-themed as well. I don't know if it is or not, but it certainly seems like it should be. So PHJR on 2-4 for Heisenberg. So congrats, Heisenberg. Say Again, Jim, and the Flyer Studios were the 3 raffle winners tonight. Drawing will occur toward the end of the month of February. And then again, congrats to Rob Valkyrie. And thanks for flying along with us, Rob Valkyrie. But congrats for the raffle win. He was the winner of the drawing that occurred for those who finished successfully the Vintage Cross, the Inside Passage this past Saturday, and I'm just mortified that I couldn't have been among them. But yeah, congrats to Rob Valkyrie for that. Complete Freedom stopping in here right at the very end. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for stopping in. We are getting ready to wrap up, but it's good to touch base. I will not be at Flight Sim Expo this year. This will be the first one of 7 that I will have to miss. And if I already told you that, I apologize. But yeah, I will not see you in St. Paul this summer. If you are planning on going, you will miss me there. But regardless of whether I've told you that before or whether good to see you. Hate that I missed a stream. No problem, man. Always good to touch base, though. But we'll connect again sometime soon. Just won't be in June. All right, let's finish up the shutdown, friends. We are going to just close up shop here. We can go back to the utilities page and get the GPU off. Let's get yaw damper power off ×2. That's down here. Power 1, power 2. Autopilot master can come off. That's that one there. Avionics master can come off. The anti-skid can come off. Nav lights, that's down here on the yoke. The battery switches. I'm sorry. Oh, inverters I missed, but we'll get them now. Inverters off. And the battery switches. And then the emergency battery goes down. Should still have the gear indicators and the emergency power light. And then you go down 1, should lose the gear indicator, still have the emergency power light, and then down 2, you should lose everything. Okay, so that'll close up shop here for us. We'll go ahead and get the door closed. The one thing I don't know how to do is to reaffix the chocks and covers. But there you are. I do know how to moonwalk. We can moonwalk. But there we are, the Lear 35 Alpha from FlySimWare. Nice little closing shot there with the sun setting in the background. So thanks for riding along, appreciate it. And another one of our day in the life of a corporate charter pilot's done, and then 3 more airports to knock out of the list here in the Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge. Again, if you go to their website, you go under pilots, you go to Pilot Passport Challenge. You do need to log in with your VATSIM account here. You can enroll in any or all of the lists. There's no reason not to enroll in all. There's no cost, so you might as well just enroll in all of them. And then each one that you visit, you get an automatic stamp. The 3 that we visited tonight, John Rodgers, Barking Sands, and Maui. So they are now stamped, as in visited today, 2525, 24 technically, and this is Zulu time, obviously. 24 Eastern time, but 25 Zulu time for these 2 stamps. We visited these on a previous stream. We got 3 left to go. Honolulu, NGF, I'm not sure, and then Molokai there. On the small airports list, we've got 3 left to go as well, down here. And then we're going to do all of the Guam ones. There's only 5, and they're in a pretty tight cluster. We got Guam and Saipai and Marianas Islands that are all next to each other. So we'll take the A2A Comanche and visit all 5 of those. Later this month, we'll knock that out. And then, of course, we've got the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge. We've knocked out the airline captain list on that, but we've got a bug smasher list. We got a few airports left on, and then we're getting really close. I think we've only got 1 airport left on the the corporate pilot list. I think we've got just Auburn left on that, and then we got a handful that are left on the Bug Smasher list. So getting close to finishing both of these pilot passport challenges. Really cool feature of the Honolulu Control Facility website, and then again the Atlanta ARTCC website, just to encourage you to A, visit places other than their one big Bravo airport, and B, to get some general aviation traffic flowing on the VATSIM network. The Virtual USA Flying Club has that mission, and these pilot passport challenges also have that mission. So really cool thing. And then thanks, we were very pleasantly surprised to have some VATSIM air traffic control out in Honolulu for this evening. So thank you very kindly to our controller who missed our first leg, but was able to control for our arrival in the Barking Sands and then our return trip to John Rodgers. Again, the day in the life of the corporate charter pilot, we stack it like we are based at a facility of our fictional choosing, but we go empty from that point to the pickup of our group. We then take our group to where they're going, drop them off, and then we return to our base of operations. So base to pick up to drop off back to base, a 3-leg flight, all these days that we do the day in the life of a corporate charter pilot type stream. So, and a very fun airplane to do a 3-hopper in is this FlySimWare Lear 35. As we definitely demonstrated tonight, what a wonderful product. The Boris audio pack, by the way, with the PNDG 738, I've got to go ahead and pick up that Boris Audio Works sound pack. Does not come standard with the plane. However, Boris Audio Works does have a sound pack that comes standard with this plane, and the sounds are amazing in this aircraft. So kudos to that outfit, Boris Audio Works. Kudos to FlySimWare for an amazing product that they support in a very amazing fashion as well. All right, next up for us is what? Man, I got to check. I don't even remember. Oh, Friday. We got an extra cool one on Friday. We are going to start the stream about 2 hours early on Friday, by the way, and you'll see why here in just a moment. If we go to VAT USA and the VATUSA.net and the events calendar, yeah, this is it right here. I'll come back to that in a moment. If you ever want to see what events VAT USA is working on, you go to Pilot Tools and Events Calendar, and here's what we got. We got 2 in February that are being partnered with outside divisions. Right, so normally the Friday Night Ops event, FNO, Friday Night Ops is when all of us American pilots congregate at one or two places in the U.S. But every now and then, our events planners in VAT USA partner with some outside divisions, and another division will staff up their airports in expectation that a whole bunch of dumb Yanks will come fly in. And the Friday is one of those. It's the Let's Saba Friday Night Ops event here in South America, Brazil in particular, Brazil Carnival season. Featuring these 3 airports, Salvador, Recife, and Fortaleza. So that's where we'll be flying. We'll be doing the PMDG 737-800. Hopefully I'll get the Boris Audio Works pack installed before then, so that's what we're going to plan to do. And they are in a slightly different time zone, I think. So the Friday Night Ops event is usually 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. But because of the slight time difference in this division, they're going to do it 2 hours earlier. So they're going to do it 2200 Zulu to 0200 Zulu, which is 5 to 9 Eastern time. So you will see us 5 p.m. That's 2 hours earlier than our normal stream. I gotta take off work early to get home in time to prep for this one. But I am that dedicated. I will do that for you. So 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Friday's stream as we fly the 737-800 series in FlightSim 2024 with hopefully the Boris Audio Works sound pack on the Let's Samba Friday Night Ops event. Full show schedule's down underneath the About tab. We've got an even fuller show schedule over on our Discord server. So please feel free to visit that. The Discord link's on the lower right-hand side of your screen, and then on the lower left-hand side of your screen is a YouTube channel. Most of our flight broadcasts are archived there, but also a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you're considering getting onto the VATSIM network with us, but you're just intimidated by the realistic procedures and communications that are in use there, we got some resources to give you a poke in the right direction. Go ahead and check out that playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. Feel free to ask any questions that you have there about any of those, or find us in our Discord and ask us there as well. Pretty newbie-friendly community in our Discord, and the Slant Alpha Adventures community is really great bunch of folks that we've assembled over the course of the, 7.5 years that we've been doing this live stream. So, all right, that'll do it. Let's figure out who we're going to send the raid over to then, shall we? Well, there's one that I would love to send a raid over to, but he's not doing VATSIM stuff. But we do have one of our very good friends, Stu222, STW222. He's doing some VATSIM air traffic control, which we also do from time to time on this stream. But he's doing VATSIM air traffic control tonight. He's working Indianapolis Center on the VATSIM network right now, so we'll go ahead and get the raid started for him. And yeah, sometimes if he's very, very busy on the scope, it can be difficult for him to answer questions about what's happening on the screen. But if he's not that busy, then he's always happy to answer questions. So if you want to get some more information on how he does what he does and what you're seeing on the screen and what the little dots, dashed lines and little dots and all the other little data block information means, you're more than welcome to ask him. And if he's able to, he will answer you. Really great friend of the stream, and hopefully you'll enjoy. And then we'll see you back here Friday, 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time from Brazil in the cockpit of that PMDG 737 800 series plane. And between now and then, I hope that you have a great rest of your week. We'll see you Friday. Have happy, healthy, and safe travels between now and then, and we'll talk to you soon, friends. Good night.